wait to see whether some folk join in or whether I'm going to be all by myself this evening. Hopefully one or two of folk will join in. One or two of the regulars might join in, hopefully. And then we can have a wee chat about all the Celtic news at the moment. Obviously, the international break is over. Celtic, some of the players at Celtic have been in training for the last week or so, having had a couple of days off after the awful performance and the awful result with Dundee United. Quite a lot of Celtic's players were away on international duty. Some of them doing especially well, some of them playing mostly friendlies. The good news is all of Celtic's players who've been away on international duty appear to be back fit and well at Celtic for Celtic training. At Lennoxtown was hoping to see some form of pictures or video for Celtic's players who've been in training for the last week or so, whilst the others have been away on international break, hoping also to see some form of update on injuries to people like Callum Donovan, whether Arnie Engels actually is in line to come in back in on on Sunday against Dundee. Also, any sort of final updates on the time frame for Alistair Johnston, the time frame for Callum Osmand. Callum Osmand's return to training and return to playing seems to have been brought forward in the last week or two. And the hope, certainly with Alistair Johnston, is we should hopefully get him back maybe for the Cup semi-final against St Mirren in a couple of weekends' time, if not almost certainly for the first of the 5 post-split fixtures. A few people joining in, which is great. And then we can start getting some comments, some discussions, some debate going, once a few more people are all joined in. So, but waited all day for some videos and some pictures and so on the Celtic FC site and the Celtic YouTube channel, but there weren't any pictures and there weren't any videos from being released by Celtic, nothing being released in terms of any reports by journalists or insiders at Celtic for who was or wasn't training and how players like Cvancara, McGregor, Iheanacho, who have had some fitness issues just recently, no real mention of how any of those folk were doing. So, as I said, Celtic do look like they've got through the whole international break without any new injuries. There were one or two wee worries with Austin Trusty, who went off in added time of America's second friendly, which was against Portugal. Good evening to you. Completely free of charge, Gabby Boy. No charge at all for getting your comments up on the channel. No payments. I'm an equal opportunities person on the live stream, as long as people are pleasant, polite, respectful, no nasty swear words, no non-family friendly language, nothing abusive, etc. I'm very happy for everybody and everybody's comments to get put up, as long as people are being pleasant to me and pleasant to other people and basically are sticking within the rules and regulations. Gabby Boy, I think we're referring to the fact that Celtic still seem to be banning a lot of the Celtic media sites, not giving them access to press conferences, not giving them access to interviews and so on. I think it personally is a mistake on behalf of the board. I think personally, and this is just a personal opinion, and this is not just relating to Celtic Football Club. I think in general terms, social media does need to get supervised a bit more than it already is. So the thing being that social media sites and Celtic fan sites, or if it's a site for Rangers fans or a site for Taylor Swift fans or whatever, a lot of these social media sites and fan sites, be it for football or TV programs or anything else, tend to be unregulated. So if someone from Sky Sports or BBC Scotland or the Independent or the Record or the Herald or whatever, one of them did something that broke press guidelines, the player or the club or whomever would have recourse through various different press professional bodies, etc. But with social media people like me, in essence, the only real regulations are through, in this case, YouTube, the platform that you're using. So I think there is a degree of some of the folk who are involved with social media, be it for Celtic or any other things, do actually are able to flout quite a lot of the rules that the professional journalists and stuff wouldn't have to abide by. But I will, again, 100% admit, I think it's counterproductive. I think it's wrong for Celtic to no, the BBC. That may well be your point of view, Gabby Boy, but the BBC journalists do have to abide by press complaints. They do have to abide by professional journalistic standards. If the BBC, in their news stories about a football player or a football club or a manager, said something that was libelous or that was slanderous or was abusive, etc., the journalist or the TV station would actually could be taken to the press council, etc., and the journalist or the news organisation could get fined, and that has been the case. BBC got fined for a panorama programme they did a year or so ago about the President Trump's election. The people lost their jobs. I know this isn't football site, but this isn't football related, but there was a press complaint and it was upheld and people lost their jobs and the BBC got a fine and all kinds of different things. So you may well feel that BBC marks their own jotters, but they actually do abide by lots of rules and regulations. But I think we're getting a wee bit sidestepped. But what I would say, as I said earlier on, I think it's counterproductive to freeze out the Celtic fan sites. I think maybe some form of informal code of practice about what can be said and what can't be said in terms of freedom of speech and rules and regulations. As I say, social media sites in general aren't nearly as under scrutiny and under legislation as many other things. Good evening to you, Sligo Boy. Very great, very good for you to join me. I think there are at least one or more other live streams on this evening. So brilliant that we've got some loyal viewer subscribers, some loyal commentators. I think there are a few things to talk about this evening. I think the main thing for us to do at this point is look ahead to the game against Dundee on Sunday. game that could be potentially tricky. I don't like games in general kicking off at odd times of day. I don't like games kicking off at 4:30. It's a very funny time to have a kickoff for a game. I don't think Celtic particularly enjoy lunchtime kickoffs. Some of Celtic's worst performances over the last couple of years have been in 12 o'clock kickoffs. You think about the last game that Celtic played, Dundee United, that was a 12 or a 12:30 kickoff. We had a similar game 12 months ago against St Johnston. Again, Celtic seeming to make a really, really slow start to that game. And certainly last 2 Sundays ago, Celtic certainly seemed to be still in their beds for most of that game, half asleep, no energy, no fight, no passion. And I thought the players played terribly. I think Sinisalo was about the only player on the pitch that came out with any credit. And I thought Maloney and O'Neill had got picked completely the wrong team, didn't adapt the tactics to fit the pitch. And I think it was probably Martin O'Neill's worst game as a manager in either of these 2 spells back at Celtic this season. Thought the substitutions didn't work. The players were completely off key. The tactics were wrong. They didn't adapt their passing style to suit the pitch. And basically, other than yeah, so I fully expect Celtic to bounce back. I think the 2 weeks or so of international break hopefully should have allowed Callum McGregor to get completely over his calf and Achilles problem that kept him out for a couple of games. I thought McGregor looked half fit in the Dundee United match. Kelechi Iheanacho either was half fit or just couldn't give 2 hoots about playing for Celtic. They seemed to have no pace, no commitment, no desire to make a challenge, no desire to make a run, no real desire to go for the ball in the air. Whether that he doesn't like playing that style of football, whether he just didn't have the energy and the fitness to play the game, I don't know, but he looked completely off colour. Quite why O'Neill didn't start Austin Trusty, who's been playing very, very well for Celtic when he's not been suspended. I don't know. It was there were many, many, many things about that Dundee United game that went wrong. Hopefully, O'Neill and Maloney have had 2 weeks to go back to the drawing board and get a better set of tactics, actually plan how to beat Dundee, how to beat St Mirren, and how to beat our last 5 opponents. And I'm pretty sure, personally, if we do win all of our 7 games left to go, I'm pretty sure that we will win the title, because that would obviously take 3 points off Rangers, 3 points off Hearts, with Hearts and Rangers playing each other, and Hearts having 2 games still to go against Motherwell in their last 7. I think Hearts are going to drop plenty points, and I think Rangers are going to drop plenty of points, and I think Celtic potentially, if they do get their team together, their players together, their tactics together, could go on a nice run. We think back to a couple of seasons ago, the Brendan Rodgers' first season, with 9 games to go. In the 10th last game of that season in the league, we lost 2-0 to Hearts at Tynecastle. That was the one with some very odd VAR decisions from John Beaton, overturning a yellow card into a red card, finding a penalty for no good reason. And so after the Hearts game, which we lost 2-0, then Brendan Rodgers got himself in trouble for basically saying John Beaton was rubbish. After that, Celtic won 8 games and drew 1 game out their last 9 league games, coming from behind Rangers to win the title with a couple of games to spare. So I do think Celtic, and about half to 2/3 of that team and squad that did come from a difficult position with 9 games to go to win the league by a couple of games, about half or so at least are part still of the team, and another 3 or 4 of that squad are still part of the squad as well. So I do think Celtic have it in them. I think also the bonus of Arnie Engels coming back in, a fully fit Callum McGregor, a more fit Kelechi Iheanacho. If we do get Alistair Johnston back, as hoped, in a week or two's time, that'd be brilliant. Getting Callum Osmand back for the last month could be really important because he certainly gives Celtic a different style of striker. Adamu, Cvancara, Iheanacho, Johnny Kenny, who admittedly isn't at the club any lot at the moment, but those players were also taller target men, centre forwards. Osmand would give us a smaller, faster Kyogo style player, and I think that could also be really useful for that sort of player, Osmand, etc., to come off the bench, which he did do really well against Rangers in the League Cup semi-final, and did do well against Midtjylland until he tore his hamstring. Well, yes. So I haven't actually properly read the news stories, but there was a suggestion that some of the weekend matches on Saturday, Sunday could be disturbed by storms. Dundee, obviously, where our game is on Sunday, quite exposed to the weather, with Tannadice and Dens Park, or whatever they are called these days, being quite close to the coast, to the seaside, the River Tay, etc. However, Dens Park, Dundee did get fined a couple of times last season for substandard pitches, and so. So I think Dundee has actually done a great job, has worked really, really hard to make their pitch far better. The pitch at Tannadice really probably wasn't really fit for proper football. I think there was a high risk of people getting injured, with the pitch being very rutted, sand, etc. On that sort of pitch, you can often very easily lose your footing, get your studs and your foot stuck in the ground, and it was quite lucky that nobody in that game got themselves badly injured, because it was a bit of a lottery, that pitch. Good evening to you, Paradise Huddle. You'll never walk alone. Hail, hail to you as well. Haven't seen that stat, but it makes an awful lot of sense, because Hearts did start the season really pretty consistently. They went on a really long unbeaten run. I think eventually they got beaten by Aberdeen. It could have been a midweek game or an evening game at the weekend. Celtic obviously won quite a lot, drew some, then lost a couple of games in a row, losing to Hearts, then Dundee, and then that was the end of Brendan Rodgers. We won a lot of games under Martin O'Neill. We won and lost a lot of games under Wilfred Nancy, and then we've mostly been winning games under Martin O'Neill, although in the last sort of 4 or 5 league games we've had a draw and a couple of defeats and a couple of wins. So we're but at the same time, Rangers have drawn an awful lot of their games this season. They've drawn far more than Hearts done, far more than Celtic have done. Not lost quite so much as Celtic or Hearts, but they've dropped a lot of points to draws. And I think they've got in their next couple of games, they've got Falkirk, which is a difficult game, and Dundee United, which if they are playing well, is a difficult game as well. So it does not surprise me the least bit that Celtic, Rangers, Hearts have all had inconsistent records over the season, and if there's only been a few times this season where all three have won on the same weekend, that makes a lot of sense. Mostly because Celtic have lost more than their fair share of games, and Rangers have drawn far more than their fair share of games to be that case. Great, Sligo Boy. As I said, I saw the headline. I never bothered to read it properly, mostly because obviously in Scotland the weather forecasts change at the drop of a hat. So if it is Friday and Saturday, that's grand, and if Sunday's clear, That'll be fine. I say Dundee's pitch, from what I can recall of various games so far at Dens Park, is pretty decent. Don't remember it being a particular problem when Celtic went to Dundee and lost under Brendan Rodgers. So I don't think the pitch will be a particular factor on Sunday. I think Celtic getting themselves up for the game will be the most important thing, and I think the players and O'Neill and Maloney having a pattern of play, tactics, to beat Dundee, to combat what they do well. Last time we played them, we did beat them 1-0 at Celtic Park. That was Martin O'Neill's last game of his first spell. It was a game in which Dyson might have scored with a header and at the same time got quite a nasty injury to his face and eye area when he scored the goal. So, Sligo boy going for a 3-0 win for Celtic. If it was a 3-0 win, I would be really happy. I think very often playing against teams like Dundee, Dundee United, St Mirren, Kilmarnock, etc., getting yourself off to a good start, knocking them out of their pre-planned rhythm is the most important thing. Celtic this season have been under Rodgers and O'Neill, particularly, have been very slow to start games. Under Wilfred Nancy, we actually started quite a number of games on the front foot attacking. Unfortunately, at the same time, we weren't really on the back foot defending terribly well at the time, but actually, we did actually get off to quite a lot of good starts and dominated the first half, or the first half hour, pretty much every time under Nancy. Unfortunately, under Nancy, the second half was nearly always rubbish, and under Nancy, quite often the middle 30 minutes in particular, just before halftime and just after halftime, such as the Hearts game, for example, or the Rangers game, where we lost 3-1, we pretty much often we threw games away. Or Dundee United, when we lost 2-1 to them, again, it was that middle 30 minutes where we kind of blew the game. Yes, Green Smoke 67. I think if Celtic were to win the title, it would be a very good effort by O'Neill and Maloney. It would be a very good effort by the players to turn things around. It's obviously been extremely unsettled on and off the pitch all season. And there's been obviously changes of managers, changes of tactics, some players being out of favour under Brendan Rodgers, getting back into favour under Martin O'Neill. We've had more than our fair share of injuries this season. We've had quite a number of odd refereeing decisions and odd VAR decisions. In general, more of those sorts of things have gone against us than would be usually statistically likely. Yes, Sligo boy, I think that's a really good point of view. If Motherwell play to their potential, play to their best, I think they certainly have got the quality to go to Tynecastle, to go to Ibrox, or if those teams have to go to Fir Park to take points off them. Obviously, Motherwell have drawn with both Hearts and Rangers in their most recent games. Hearts will play Motherwell as one of their last two fixtures of this first phase, and then we'll play Motherwell again in the final 5 games. So As Sligo Boy was suggesting, a 3-0 win for Celtic. I think I would be delighted if Celtic do win 3-0. Certainly to win the game 3-0, we need to get off to a nice quick start, get an early goal, knock Dundee out their rhythm. The snag was when we lost to them under Brendan Rodgers a few months ago. Dundee were allowed to get into their pattern, stop Celtic playing, and then hit them on the counter-attack, with also a goal from a set piece as well, which has been a Celtic Achilles heel and failing for the last 3 or 4 seasons, basically, particularly under Brendan Rodgers, and it's not really improved under O'Neill or Wilfred Nancy. Our ability to defend corners, free kicks, high balls, long throws into the box. It was a problem in the Joe Hart days, and it continued to be a problem in the Kasper Schmeichel days. Maybe not been quite so much of a problem with Volyami Sinisalo. He seems to take a bit more control of his 6-yard box, a bit more control of things. Whether that's also because O'Neill and Maloney and McManus and Fotheringham and stuff have developed a better plan for defending, I don't know. Good evening to you, Dexter, R9B. I think if Motherwell went on a particularly good run of form, they could actually get themselves up into second or third. I think the gap's probably a bit too big for them to overhaul that. But as I was trying to say, I think they have got the ability. They've beaten Celtic this season. They've drawn regularly with Hearts and Hibs, Hearts and Rangers throughout the season. I think they're obviously they would generally be the favourites going into the games against Falkirk and Hibs, who will be the 5th and 6th teams in the top 6, almost guaranteed. I think personally that Motherwell probably, with the intensity of the last 5 games, will struggle to consistently play really, really well for 7 games in a row. However, a one-off game, I think Motherwell's got the style of play to beat anybody, style of play to defend pretty decently, but also hit you on the counter-attack and also put you under pressure in your defensive third and make you give away chances and give away goals. It worked very much for them against us in the 2-0 win between Christmas and New Year. And I think they, even down to 10 men, they basically were the better team against Rangers in that their 1-1 draw. It's a really good question, Gary Boy. I honestly don't know. In general terms, the Celtic Rangers match is always the second of the 5 games. My personal feeling is they probably will want to have, if Celtic and Hearts are close going into the last 5 games of the season, which I think is practically 100% certain. I can't see Hearts having a big gap over Celtic or Rangers by that point, nor can I see Rangers or Celtic having a significant gap over Hearts by that point. It'd be a really interesting conundrum because obviously the Celtic Hearts game and the Rangers Hearts game could both be title deciders, depending on how the next few fixtures pan out. I think I was speculating last Thursday that it may be that at Sky Sports and the Scottish Premiership, they decide that the last 3 games are going to be Celtic against somebody, Hearts against somebody, and Rangers against somebody, because probably all 3 teams will go into that last game with a chance to win the title. So it wouldn't be that surprising if it was like Celtic Motherwell, Rangers against Hibs, and Hearts against Falkirk. Wouldn't have thought they'd want the Edinburgh Derby to be that last game of the season. Again, much for the police reasons. So, but it's going to be a really interesting conundrum for Sky Sports, who have a massive say in what games are on, when they're on, and when they are. Just from English Premiership seasons where there's been 2 or 3 teams going into the last game with a chance to win a title. Quite often they manufacture the fixtures and the timings, etc., for that sort of thing. Well, certainly, Snaggerboy, I really hope that the players who were not off on international duty would have had a couple of days off, so like Monday and Tuesday after the game against Dundee United on the Sunday, so they would have been back into training on Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, a couple of days off at the weekend, then they would have been back in on Monday. So players like Oxlade-Chamberlain, McGregor, Iheanacho, Cvancara, etc., should all have had actually a good 7 days of training already, which I think hopefully should get their fitness going. I think probably the players coming back off international break, pretty much all the players who were away on international break had successful times, particularly Benjamin Nygren, who was a key factor in helping Sweden qualify for the World Cup. He was one of the best players in the game against Ukraine. He was one of the best players in the game against Poland, and then he had an assist in the first game and an assist in the second game. Interestingly, one of the scorers of Sweden's goals in the second game was the Brendan Rodgers reject, Gustav Lagerbielke. And I was just reading a story before I came on the live stream that apparently this summer it's thought that Lagerbielke is on his way to one of the big leagues, England, Spain, Italy, etc., because he's been so impressive for Braga this season, and then he's got himself as a first choice international for Sweden, and was a key factor in both the game against Ukraine and the game against Poland. And interestingly, Carl Starfelt, our ex-player, was a key player coming on as a sub in the first game for an injury and then played really well in the second game too. So to answer your question, I don't think O'Neill probably has an awful lot of work to galvanise the players. I think the ones coming off international duty, maybe apart from Dies and Maida, who probably had a fairly disappointing international break, 60 minutes against Scotland as the captain, but look for me pretty poor in that game. A lot of the other ones, Yang had a couple of good sub-appearances for Korea. Chinecki had a couple of good partial games for Tunisia. Sinisalo had a clean sheet for Finland across the New Zealand. So I think a lot of them, and Austin Trusty apparently was the man of the match for America against Portugal on Tuesday into Wednesday. So Pat McLaughlin, I think there's an awful lot of permutations. I think probably the Scottish Police and the league probably and Sky Sports probably will want the Hearts game against Hibs and the Celtic game against Rangers on different days, on different weekends rather, again, so they can highlight those games as being the big game of the week. Obviously, for policing reasons, the Edinburgh Derby and the Glasgow Derby tend to attract a lot more policing and potential for trouble. But I think there's so many different permutations, and I say they won't design the fixtures until all of the first 33 games are done, and then I think probably what they'll do is they'll see what kind of gap it's between Celtic and what kind of gap it is between Hearts and Celtic and Rangers, and then plan their last 5 games from there. But who knows? Fair enough. Green for goal 969. If we drop points to Dundee on Sunday, that it'll make it more difficult. But if, let's say, for the sake of example, Rangers drop points against Dundee or United or Falkirk, whoever they're playing this weekend, Hearts are playing Livingston. Livingston are fighting for their place in the Scottish Premiership. They've got everything to play for. So with the results, the weekend where Celtic lost to Dundee United, Hearts scraped a win over Dundee. Rangers actually beat Aberdeen pretty comfortably. I think the teams are so inconsistent, and the fact that other teams who are in the Scottish Premiership have things to play for. So the teams down the bottom, like Livingston, have got their place in the Scottish Premiership to fight for. I think Livingston's got the ability to take on teams, particularly on their home pitch, and beat them and draw them. They can be quite a difficult team to break down sometimes. So if we do drop points to Dundee on Sunday, it might make things more difficult. That point might be a point they gain over Hearts. I think the best time to reassess Celtic's actual chances of winning the league or not winning the league is when we go 5 games to go. We can know how much of our gap is at that point. Are we 5 points behind, 2 points behind, 3 points behind? Are we level? All these things are perfectly possible, with Hearts having a potentially difficult game against Livingston, who are fighting for their life, and then a game against Motherwell. Rangers, I say, have got Falkirk and Dundee United, both not easy fixtures. Green Smoke 67. I totally agree that I've said this a few times, maybe on live streams, but certainly in comment sections, that it's probably going to be the best of the worst or the worst of the best that wins the title this year. As I say, Hearts have scraped a lot of draws and wins. They've had a fair share of VAR decisions and ref decisions go, or more than a fair share of those sorts of things go their way. And that's not just my biased Celtic green glasses opinion. That's the opinion of the Willie Collins and the KMI panels and all these things that Hearts have had quite a number of ref decisions and VAR decisions that shouldn't have gone their way that did go their way. And similarly, Rangers did have a spell for about a month where practically anything happening where Rangers were on the attack was a penalty kick, and practically anything happening in the Rangers box in terms of handballs and pullings and pushing and tripping wasn't a penalty. Quite a number of questionable yellow card, red cards, and non-applying of those things as well. So I think personally, almost anything can happen in this last 7 games of the league season. And I wouldn't be inclined to say a bad result on Sunday against Dundee counts out the title, and it would be disappointing if the Celtic fans don't go and support their team until it's statistically not possible for us to win the title. We don't do well against Dundee on Sunday. There are still 6 games to go, still 18 points to play for. Still 6 points to take, 3 points to take off Hearts, 3 points to take off Rangers. So I think we keep on supporting, keep on fighting, keep on being optimistic until or if the point situation goes out of our control and becomes impossible for us to win the title. You might well, but I didn't think it was that year that we lost 8 games, but it's possible. It's perfectly possible. I can't remember off the top of my head. I did read the statistic ages ago, and I may have forgotten. Be surprised if John Barnes lost 8 games because he wasn't actually in charge that long, but. far as I can see, Pat McLaughlin, John Barnes, Celtic lost 5 league games and one cup game in his time as Celtic manager. But I say, I think us losing 8 games in a league season was further back into the 90s or even the 80s. Because as far as I can see, John Barnes lost 5 league games as Celtic manager, 1 cup game as a Celtic manager, and sorry. Fair enough. Pat McLaughlin, yeah, I think if we're combining the half a seat or part season under Barnes and the part season under Douglas, I think in that case 8 games in that season was fine. Sorry, I was not putting the Douglas record and the Barnes record into being basically. Anyway, I'll now that you've explained it. That makes an awful lot of sense. Good evening to you, Catholic Rebel 1888. Nice to have you back on. However, so basically, if Celtic win the title, having lost that many games in the season, it's very much an indictment of how poor Scottish football is in total, and that's kind of borne out by the fact that our UEFA coefficient is going for the Scottish Premiership is going down and down and down and down and down, because although Celtic have had a bit of success last season, getting to the last 24 of the Champions League, the same season Rangers got into the last 8 of the Europa League. Previous seasons, Celtic have had terrible seasons in the Champions League, so the Rangers, and more importantly, the Kilmarnocks, the St Mirrens, the Motherwells, the Aberdeens, the Hearts, the Hibs, haven't been getting through the qualifying rounds. And when Hearts and Aberdeen have been in the Conference League groups, they've not got through that first stage. So basically, the Scottish UEFA coefficient for the Scottish Premiership has gone down and down and down and down and down. Partly because Celtic and Rangers haven't been consistently successful, but mostly because all the other Scottish teams have been absolutely useless. Mostly not getting through qualifying, and then for the ones who have got into the Conference League, doing absolutely nothing. Yes, and Pat McLaughlin, just to expand upon your point, we have had awful seasons in previous times. Happily, straight after the John Barnes season, we went into the Martin O'Neill season, where he turned Celtic around and actually probably kick-started the 25 years of dominance Celtic's had since that time, with lots and lots of league titles, lots and lots of doubles and trebles since Martin O'Neill came in 2000. But we only need to go back to the 2021 season, which started under Neil Lennon and finished under John Kennedy. That was an absolutely awful season where we ended up losing to Rangers in the league by an absolute mile. We got knocked out in the cups early as well. It was a thoroughly terrible season. And in some ways, for me, there are parallels between that season and this season. I think the squad that Neil Lennon had was starting to get rather tired. A lot of players looking to move on. The Odson Edwards, the Christopher Ayers, the Ryan Christies, a lot of players who maybe were past their sell-by date, a lot of players who maybe weren't that good. A lot of Neil Lennon's signings in that season also fell flat, didn't really turn into good players. Then it required, basically after that awful season where we were a very, very distant second, knocked out in the cups early on. A lot of the players, like Ayer, Edward, Christie, all got moved on early in Ange Postecoglou's time. He got rid of quite a lot of players, promoted some players from the academy and the B team, and brought in some very good signings in his basically in all of his transfer windows, but brought in some really good players right at the start, such as Kyogo. Brought in some really, really good players in the January window with Hatate, Maeda and Matt O'Reilly. Added more players in the next summer window and the next winter window. And really turned around the club. And I think Celtic's got the same sort of scenario this summer of probably quite a lot of the tired players, ones who become quite stale, haven't really been progressing at Celtic. Some of them probably like Hatate, McGregor and Hatate, Maeda, who've been desperate for a move for about 12 months, eventually moving on. And then I think possibly could be the end for James Forrest in terms of being a first-team player. And for me, certainly, and Green for Go 1969, just the very point I was going to make. Probably next season has to be a season where Celtic really get someone to take over the Callum McGregor role, maybe partly moving Callum McGregor forward to a more advanced position. I don't think he's got the legs, the energy, the endurance to play in the more deeper defensive midfield position any longer. I think it's his performance this season, probably due to a lack of consistent fitness and having a chronic Achilles tendon calf problem. I think his performances have been, on the whole, for me, if we were going to give him a mark, if it was like an essay or on exam paper, I would give him a C+ or a B minus. When usually he would be a player that would be an A+ style of player. And I think his leadership on the pitch, his play on the pitch, and his leadership off the pitch as well hasn't been nearly as good as it needs to be. That's a very good point, and it's something that a lot of people have said Celtic should have done right from the start with Arnie Engels at Celtic, is have him playing deeper and having McGregor playing forward. However, Rodgers had them the other way around, Engels playing a bit more further forward. Some people not really feeling he's got the attacking skills and passing skills to be reliable from the more advanced position. I think Engels, big player, strong player, tons of energy, pretty decent pace, quite a physical player for making challenges, winning the ball, heading the ball, intercepting the ball. I think he would be personally much better in the deeper role, maybe releasing Hatate, McGregor a bit further forward, maybe also having a much more reliable defensive midfielder would allow Nygren to have less of a role where he has to track back into midfield, which is not what he's best at, as was proven by his 2 games for Sweden. His 2 games for Sweden, he played basically as one of 2 attacking midfielders right behind their main striker. Sweden had 3 at the back, with Lagerbielke and Starfelt being right centre-back and centre-back. 3 at the back, and then they had another bank in midfield forward, and then 2 behind the main striker, which then meant the 4 midfielders allowed Nygren and the other attacking midfielder just to stay forward and create chances, and it really, really worked for them. And it was a completely new way that Sweden's played since they got taken over by Graham Potter at the end of the World Cup qualifying campaign. Potter came in and changed the tactics, moved Nygren further forward, and used him kind of as a attacking midfielder, playing off of Gyökeres or Isak, depending on fitness. Yep, very good. Yep, Dexter, I completely agree. I think Sunday could well be a game for rolling up your sleeves, battling Dundee in midfield, trying to get the ball forward quickly, through the middle and over the top and down the sides, hopefully getting our fullbacks, hopefully Donovan's fit, hopefully Thierry's come through his full 90 minutes against Ivory Coast uninjured and full of energy, because I do think if Celtic can get space out wide through the wingers and through the fullbacks, and they can battle and win the ball in midfield. Keep Dundee on the back foot, keep them penned in their half, stop them breaking out, which is what they did very well in the game they beat us in. Kind of like what we did when we played them at Celtic Park, where we basically, although we only won 1-0, we did actually have quite a number of chances to score a second, third, or fourth goal in that game, but didn't really put them away, which has been a recurring theme of this season as well. Yep, green for goal, and that for me, that's largely down to it may be simply the tactics that Rodgers and O'Neill want them to play. It may be that McGregor hasn't got the speed of movement, the speed of thought, the ability to change position quickly, to spread the ball quickly like he used to do, particularly under Ange Postecoglou. I don't know. It could be tactics. That certainly is the way that Rodgers always liked to play, was slow, patient, waiting for an opening, which never comes. Certainly wasn't the Ange Postecoglou way of getting the ball quickly. Yes, Catholic Rebel, I completely agree that we need attacking players who can break the line. Now, it's not the way that we've used Cvancara, but from his time in football in the Czech Republic, that was very much the way that he played, was actually a player who used his speed to get himself into the box, he has the pace to go through defences, has the pace to go in behind defences. Just that's not the way that we've played him. We always consider to play Cvancara as a target man player, when in fact he actually does have the speed. Not as good as Kyogo's, not as good as many other players in that role. Callum Osmand, I think, would have been ideal in that role, but he's been injured nearly all season, and Rodgers didn't play him for the first 3 months. Yes, you're quite right. We've not really, well, to be thoroughly fair. Last season, Maeda did score 33 goals. Adam Ida, mostly coming off the bench, scored 20 goals. So they actually, and Ida actually was outscoring Kyogo in the first half of the season when Kyogo was part of that team. Kyogo was the starter. Ida was tending to be the substitute, an occasional starter. And actually, in the first half of that season, Ida was actually outpacing Kyogo for goals before we sold Kyogo to Rennes in France. So Kyogo, good in the first season, got injured. Luckily, Giakoumakis came in and scored lots of goals in the second half of the season. Kyogo's second season at Celtic was very, very good. Tons of goals. Not so good in Rodgers' first season. And then that second season under Rodgers, he wasn't scoring as many goals. Something's been played rather deep. Something's being played out wide on the right by Rodgers as well. And to be fair, Ida did score 20 goals last season, with many of those coming off the bench, many of those not being as the starter, which makes it more difficult. But I do take your point. We haven't had an out-and-out striker who plays getting behind defences, plays on the last shoulder. We haven't had anybody like that since Kyogo. I mentioned Giakoumakis. Giakoumakis a bit more like the Cvancara style. So although Cvancara and Giakoumakis both 6 foot plus, they actually did have the ability to be a in the box striker more than people give them credit for. That could well be right. Yes, yes. Certainly since the Bayern Munich match, which was mid-February of 2025, we have lost 8 league games over that period. I would have thought those are predominantly we would have lost to We lost to Rangers in the league at Celtic Park twice, and we lost to Hearts at Celtic Park under Nancy. So, or basically, I think we have lost it. It's probably about right. It's probably about right. Our record has not been good. Hail to you, Kegler Moon. Nice to have you on. I think the problem with Osmand is that he's supposedly now about 1 week or maybe 2 weeks away from Osmand is maybe 1 week or 2 weeks away from returning to full training. Then generally what it seems at Celtic, a couple of weeks after that, you start to think about putting the player back into the matchday squad. So he's kind of at the stage that Alistair Johnston's now at. So Alistair Johnston started his full training just at the time of the international break. He was back in training on the Friday before the Dundee United match on Sunday, and that was his first day of proper full training. He would have had proper full training with the Canadian squad for the last week, 10 days. So I think the plan with Johnston is to have him in full training this week, playing some bounce games for a couple of weeks after that, and then getting him back in for hopefully the semi-final of the Cup against St Mirren on the 17th of April. I think that's roughly right. So I think, unfortunately, with Osmand is that probably he won't be back till maybe 2 or 3 games left in the season. I don't think he'll have a proper chance to make any starts. I think he probably, for the last 3 or 4 games of the season, assuming we get to the Cup final, he could well be certainly available on the bench. With Celtic, I've had a lot of different players playing as the main striker. I don't think Celtic have been, except under Wilfred Nancy, our style of play wasn't really getting an awful lot of chances to the main striker. And certainly when we were getting the chances to the main striker, Iheanacho, etc., weren't really put in the way under Wilfred Nancy. Maeda missed an absolute bundle of chances. Johnny Kenny missed an absolute bundle of chances. But by the same token, we've had 19 goals from Benjamin Negrin. So we have had a lot of goals from Benjamin Negrin coming from midfield. A wee bit reminiscent of a couple of seasons ago when Matt O'Reilly was our equal top scorer alongside Kyogo. That season, Lewis Palmer was third top scorer on 10, accompanied by Daizen Maeda that season. This season, our top scorer is Negrin with 19. Then we've got Daizen Maeda on 8, and we've got Yang on 8 as well. So, but completely agree. Our main striker this season, it's been a lot of different players playing that role, and no one really taking the role on. Unfortunately, Iheanacho came into the team not fully fit. Rodgers played him rather a lot, even though he wasn't fully fit. We've swapped Daizen Maeda into the middle. That's not really worked out terribly well all season. Johnny Kenny got a goal, particularly under Martin O'Neill. Scored a few goals, missed an awful lot of goals, missed an even more awful lot of goals under Wilfred Nancy, as did Daizen Maeda. Daizen Maeda's missed in all the league games 22 big chances. So a big chance in terms of the football stats is a chance that any striker would be expected to put in the back of the net, i.e. it's 19 times out of 20 a big chance is scored. So the fact that Maeda's missed 22 big chances in the league this season kind of shows that he has been miles off his form of last season when he scored 33. Sorry for that. Sorry, Kenneth Todd 876. I'm not terribly sure what that comment means. All I ever do on these live streams or in my videos or the comment sections is just say what I think. I'm not saying I'm an expert. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. All I can say is what I think. You can say what you think. That's perfectly fine. I'm all for debate, all for pleasant, respectful sharing of opinions. But I haven't got any. Well, I do actually have some of them wrong with my eyesight. That's where I wear glasses or contact lenses. So, but when I watch football, I have my glasses on or my contact lenses in. So it's not down to poor eyesight. It's down to my opinion and what I think, having supported for 54 years. So. Sorry. Sorry, got a wee bit distracted there. I'm sorry. I was looking for someone made a really good comment a few minutes ago, and I've lost it, unfortunately. Just give me a wee second. Well, Catholic Rebel, yes. I think we've tried to replace O'Reilly, Kuhn, and Kyogo. I would say the output by Benjamin Negrin this season is very similar to the output that Matt O'Reilly had in his last full season with Celtic. O'Reilly was that season our top assist maker and was our equal top scorer that season. See, Negrin is by far and away our biggest goal scorer this season, and he's up there with the others in terms of being top of the assist league. We've been quite lucky this season to have got a lot of goals from Kieran Tierney at left back. He's also given us 11 assists. We've had a few assists from Maeda, quite a few assists from Negrin. So I would say that in some ways we have managed to replace O'Reilly partly with Negrin. Completely agree. We haven't bought another Kyogo-style player. To be fair, at the same time, we did bring in Callum Osmand, who is a young version of Kyogo. Not that he ever got a proper chance at Celtic. Shin Yamada was that sort of player as well, a player with a lot of pace in Japanese football, scored a lot of goals in his second last season in the Japanese J-League. Hadn't had actually a terribly good season in the partial season before he came to Celtic, but still a player with a lot of pace who, a bit like Kyogo, was able to get in behind defences. Just we didn't really give Kyogo a proper chance to get Shin Yamada a proper chance to get going in the Celtic team. Don't think he really fitted the way that Rodgers wanted to play. He was much keener to try Johnny Kenny and Kelechi Iheanacho up front, and then when that failed, to swap Dijsselmeyer from the wide into the middle. I think I fully hear what you're saying, Dexter. I think if Negrin and Ali Johnston have a good World Cup, it puts them on very much, obviously, in front of lots and lots of big clubs who've got hundreds of millions of pounds to spend. I don't think Celtic probably can really stop Negrin or Johnson from leaving the club. I know technically they could stop them both leaving the club. They're both under contract with Celtic for a few seasons. So I don't think it would really be the board selling them voluntarily, because if we do look at players that we have held on to after they wanted to leave the club, the only one that really kept on playing at a high level was Matt O'Reilly, who, despite the fact there was tons of bids for him in the January window, played really hard in the second half of that season. Then he got sold in the summer. Kyogo in his last season for Celtic didn't really play anywhere near his usual form. He then got sold in the winter window. We could argue that Hatate and Maeda haven't really been themselves all season, partly because it would appear we definitely blocked Maeda leaving the club in August time. Maybe we blocked Hatate from leaving in the summer. He was injured, of course, at the time as well, but Kuhn didn't play well, particularly consistently in the second half of last season. Again, we stopped him leaving the club in the winter. He eventually got his transfer in the summer. So I think possibly if somebody like Everton or Napoli or Valencia or whomever came in for any of those players, I don't think Celtic would be able to stop any of those players leaving, despite the fact that their contract would mean that Celtic could stop them leaving. I think in general terms, if a player wants to leave and they're moving to a bigger, richer league, much more prestigious league, it's not very fair to actually block the player leaving the club. So I wouldn't necessarily blame the board for if Nygren and Johnston have a good World Cup and then get sold to somebody else. I think it's inevitable. They'll be in a worldwide shop window. There'll be lots and lots and lots and lots of the Big Five league looking to spend their hundreds of billions of millions of TV money and sponsorship money in the summer after the World Cup's over. And so if Celtic were offered 20 million for Johnston, 20 million for Nygren, I don't think there's any way Celtic would be able to stop them leaving. I think it's the sad reality of what the Scottish Premiership's like and what Celtic's able to offer players in terms of prestige of league. We already have by far the biggest wage budget in Scottish football. For most seasons in the last decade, Rangers were the top spenders in the terms of salaries and wages for players. But the last couple of seasons, Celtic have taken over at the top. They're about £5 million a year more than Rangers in terms of their salary. It'll be even bigger next season, unless Celtic do, unless some of the really high wage earners leave the club. However, the high wage earners at the moment are Carter Vickers, Tierney, Jota, and McGregor. None of whom are liable to be leaving at the end of the start of next season. So people like Maeda, Johnston, and Nygren are all sort of mid-table in terms of their salaries. Anyway. Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up with the comments. I'm sorry, I've not been doing a good job of getting people's comments up on the screen. Sorry. So Gavi Boy, Green Smoke disappointed that you're giving up your season ticket for next season. However, according to the figures, there are 20,000 people waiting for a season ticket. So, maybe give up your season ticket. According to lots and lots of Celtic supporter sites and so on, there are about 10 to 15 to 20,000 people on a waiting list to get Celtic season tickets. So probably someone else will take up your seat. But I completely understand why people are angry, frustrated, fed up, all these different things. There's been spells over the 54 years I've been a Celtic supporter where I've been fed up and stuff. Haven't given up supporting Celtic for 54 years, even though we had some awful seasons in the 70s, 80s and 90s. Happily, since 2000, we've had mostly great seasons, and certainly 13 leagues in the last 14 years. Pretty good by anybody's, I would have thought by anybody's reckoning, 13 leagues out of the last 14, with practically every season in those where we've won the league, we've also won one or two of the cups. So we've had, generally, I would have thought, a very, very successful time as a team in Scotland. We'd be the first to agree and admit that we've had mostly disappointing or very disappointing seasons in Europe over those 14 years. But 13 titles and quite a few doubles and trebles in those last 14 years, for me, is a good record in terms of domestic football. Admittedly, again, the strength of our competition hasn't been that great, so maybe it's not such a big achievement. However, a lot of people cite Bodo Glimt as being an example of what Celtic should be. Well, Bodo Glimt certainly in recent years have had a couple of very good seasons in European football. They got to the Europa League semis last season. They got to the last 16 of this year's Champions League, so one round further than Celtic got the previous season. However, Bodo Glimt haven't won their league every season for the last 8 years. They've won 4 or 5 and come second 2 or 3 times. They came 11th in Knutsen's first season, so it's not been all roses for them. They haven't actually won the Norwegian Cup in all that time as well. So as great as Bodo Glimt have been in terms of winning the league about half to 2/3 of the last 8 years, they've not won the Cup in those 8 years, and they have eventually got more and more success in Europe. I think it swings and roundabouts. Kenneth Todd, all I can do is quote what I read on a Celtic supporter type thing a few weeks ago, was that the waiting list for season tickets at Celtic was around about 15,000, which is what it's been for apparently for many years. That Celtic have about 50,000 season tickets available, and they could sell another 10,000, 15,000. Now you're quite right. Maybe next season there's a massive downturn in people wanting to buy their season tickets. I don't know. We'll find out that next season. I think if that's the case, obviously Celtic will be taking in less and less money in terms of tickets and so on, which means they'll then have less and less money to pay the players, pay the staff, buy players in, etc. And then obviously Celtic's big, strong bank balance will go down and down and down, and then probably brings them down to the level of teams like Aberdeen, Rangers, Hearts, Hibs, spending money they don't have to try and keep up with where they were before. Rangers went bankrupt, Hearts went bankrupt, Hibs got into massive financial problems, Aberdeen, Dundee United all got themselves into massive financial problems. Motherwell's been in massive financial problems. You think about many of the teams in the English Premiership, massively in debt to try and keep themselves at the very top of the league. So we talk about Bruges being a great example of success. They are about 30 million euros in debt, so they've got a massive debt, spending money they haven't actually got to try and keep themselves at the top or near the top of Belgian football and competing strongly in Europe as well. So if people do stop buying season tickets next season, after a couple of seasons, Celtic's strong bank balance will disappear, and then it's a question of whether Celtic do what they did back in the 80s and 90s and spend money they don't have, bankrupt themselves, and then require a bailout possibly from Dermot Desmond, bailing out the club, or possibly him selling the club and then someone else coming in like Fergus McCann did in 1994 to take us out of bankruptcy and resurrect us as a club. Yep, so as someone was saying, I think I've kind of lost the comment off the top of the screen, but certainly there were obviously spells in the late 70s after the Jock-Stein great years ebbed away when Celtic weren't so strong. We weren't strong for much of the 80s and 90s. When I was much younger, Aberdeen, Dundee United, Rangers were all considerably higher in the league, winning cups and stuff, better than we were, and that we tried to keep up with them and failed, and then went pretty much bankrupt in 1994. I don't know. You're making a lot of comments there. I can't really comment on them. All I can really say in terms of the employment of Paul Tidsdale, that reportedly was something that Brendan Rodgers was massively keen on. He and Tidsdale knew each other from English football, and Brendan Rodgers was instrumental in Paul Tidsdale getting that role in the club. It appeared under Brendan Rodgers that role that Tidsdale was brought in for kind of got expanded a bit as well. But the inner workings of Celtic are kept secret, and so which of the various different stories and rumours and insider gossip, etc., is true, goodness only knows. But certainly the thought was that Tidsdale was brought in largely at the say-so of Brendan Rodgers. 3 or 4 of the scouting and recruitment staff who'd worked really well under Ange Postecoglou were moved out to be replaced with people that Rodgers had worked with before. Same way, a couple of coaches moved on to be replaced by mates of Brendan Rodgers. Kieran Allen 5367. That sounds a wee bit like Pokemon or something, but I personally think, and again, everybody is entitled to their own opinion. I think if Celtic win their last 7 games of the season, so the next couple, Dundee, St Mirren, in the league, then the St Mirren Cup semi-final in a couple of weekends' time, then win all of our last 5 games after the split, I think Celtic will win the title simply because that means we are going to be taking 3 points off Rangers. We will be going above them no matter what they do in any of their other games. And I think Hearts are destined to lose an odd game or two or draw the odd game or two between now and the end of the season. And if we beat them in the head-to-head game, again, that's that 5-point gap gone. If we can beat them once and somebody else draws with them, be it Rangers, Motherwell, etc. I'm sorry, if Michael Ross. I like a great variety of different sorts of music. If anybody watches my shorts videos that I do from time to time, quite a lot of my favourite songs and stuff are the backing track now for those. I've worked out in terms of what's allowed in terms of copyright use for music in shorts videos. So quite often the types of songs and music I like to listen are part of the backing tracks for the various different short videos that I do. To be fair, Pat McLaughlin, I'm not particularly into classical music. Sorry, all the comment you made was about you got to win them all. In essence, my daughter, who's now obviously grown out of that kind of thing, used to collect Pokemon cards and play the Pokemon games on Nintendo and on the Game Boy and all kinds of things. And part of the slogan for Pokemon was you've got to get them all or something like that. You had to get all the cards and all the characters and stuff. So that's all it was. I'm sorry. No, Dexter, I can guarantee you I do not like Frank Sinatra at all. Kieran Allen, that's super. Well, in essence, we've got 7 league games left in the season, and we've got a cup semi-final against St Mirren. If we win that game, we then have a cup final. So we've got 9 games left in the season, and I'm pretty sure if we win all 9 games, the 7 league games and the 2 cup games, almost 100% certain that will be us winning a double, simply because we've taken points off Rangers, 3 points off Rangers, 3 points off Hearts. Hearts and Rangers still got to play. Hearts have still got to play Motherwell twice. I think over that period, if we win all 9 games, we'll end up winning the double. And I think Celtic's squad is good enough. No, I'm not. I wasn't. That wasn't my style of music. Either. Completely agree, Kieran Allen. It's great that there's another person out there who agrees with me. I think we can do it. As I was saying a wee bit earlier on, if we think back to the 23-24 season, the last 9 league games of that season, we had 8 wins and 1 draw. So we beat all the teams in the top 5. We drew 3-3 with Rangers, and that was the only draw in those last 9 games of that league season. That was triggered off by the Hearts 2-0 defeat, the one where Brendan Rodgers got in trouble for criticising John Beaton's VAR refereeing. That seemed to trigger off a renaissance in Celtic's form. And I think Celtic, about half of that team from 23-24 are still first-team starters for Celtic now. 3 or 4 of that squad are part of Celtic's current squad on top of that as well. We've got lots and lots of players who've won lots and lots of leagues over the years. We've got the massive experience of players like McGregor and Ralston and Forrest. We've got the experience of players like Maeda and Hatate and Johnson, all of whom have won several titles. Yep, Dexter, the fixtures will come out. So once all the first 33 games are done, then the league and Sky Sports decide what games are going to be when in the last 5 games. So in the last 5 games, Celtic will have 3 home games and 2 away games. Our home games will be 1 against Rangers, 1 against Hearts. That's guaranteed. And 1 against either Motherwell, Falkirk or Hibs. The thought is because Motherwell are lying 4th, and so at that point of the split, they will still be in contention to win the league, that we'll be going to play one of our away games at Motherwell. So we'll probably be playing Hibs at Celtic Park for a 3rd time or Falkirk at Celtic Park for a 3rd time in the split. But They don't announce the fixtures for the last 5 games of the season until the first 33 are all done. Then you know who the top 6 are, who the bottom 6 are, and then you know who is first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth going into the last 5 games of the top half of the table. The good news is in those last 5 games, Rangers will have 2 home games, 3 away games. Hearts will have 2 home games and 3 away games. Simply because they will have had 1 more home game than Celtic's had in the first 33 games. So we'll have had 16 home and 17 away. They'll have had 17 homes and 16 away. So it gets balanced out in the last 5 games. We'll have 3 home games. They'll both have 2 home games, and we'll play both of them at Celtic Park. So there are quite a lot of things in Celtic's favour in those last 5 games. But we don't know the order until a couple of days after the 33rd fixtures are done. So that'll be not this weekend, but the weekend after. Once the last game's played on the Sunday, and then the league and Sky Sports, and sometimes the Scottish police people all get together to decide in the next day or 2 after that when what those last 5 games will be, in what order and what times, and which ones are on Saturdays and which ones will be on Sundays or Wednesdays. Yep, Kieran Allen, I completely again as well agree with you. I'm very, 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 very hopeful that these 2 weeks of no games for players like Iheanacho, McGregor, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Cvancara, Sriracha, etc. is going to be good. It's going to give all of them a chance to get used to each other in training, maybe develop 1 or 2 extra partnerships. Happily, everybody has come through the international break uninjured for those that were away. What was thought to be an injury to Austin Trusty was actually just cramp in both his calf muscles. The thought was he might have injured his knee, but in fact, he just had bad cramp in both his right and left calves, which was completely resolved within about half an hour of the game ending with some fluids and painkillers and stuff. So I'm really, really hoping that a couple of days of rest for the squad, some light training, building things up over the week for the ones who were left behind, and then a couple of days of intensive training, Friday and Saturday, should get everybody all on the same page. And as saying right at the start, hopefully Maloney and O'Neill and Fotheringham and so on have come up with tactical plans to take on Dundee, take on Hearts, take on Rangers, and exploit their weaknesses, and hopefully also have a plan A, a plan B, a plan C, because I think quite often this season, particularly under Brendan Rodgers, Celtic had a plan A and they never seemed to have a plan B or C to change things around if the other teams were blocking us or stopping us from playing or stopping us getting the ball out of our defensive third. Yep, Kieran Allen, you totally agree. Motherwell's pitch is pretty decent. Hibs' pitch at Easter Road is more than decent. Probably easier than playing a game on a wet evening or a wet Sunday at Falkirk on their plastic pitch. And so I wouldn't be too fussed at all if our extra home game was the Falkirk game and we had an away game against Motherwell. I think that's probably quite likely. With us having played them twice at Celtic Park and once at Fir Park already this season, and with them likely still to be within relative touching distance at the top of the table after the next couple of fixtures, particularly if they do us a favour by taking a point or 3 off of Hearts when they do play them the weekend after this. Yep, so we've only played Falkirk once away, but because of the balance of home games and away games, there's usually one team who has to play an extra time away from home at a ground where they've already played twice. So the feeling is one of Hibs, Falkirk or Motherwell will be coming to Celtic Park for a 3rd time in the league. And it's thought more likely to be Hibs or Falkirk who comes to us for a third time to play at Celtic Park, having only played us once at their own ground. But we'll find out in about 3 or 4 weeks' time. I think personally it's something that maybe Celtic haven't actually been that good at, is developing plans to take on other Scottish teams. I think we actually probably do plan our tactics and formations and so on better when we're playing teams in Europe. I think we actually planned a good set of tactics and formations and players to take on Feyenoord Rotterdam away from home, to go to Stuttgart and get that 1-0 win. Last season, when we drew 1-1 against Bayern Munich away from home, we drew with Atalanta in Bergamo that season as well. So I think we actually quite often set up differently when we're playing away from home in Europe. We seem to actually develop better plans, playing quite often against stronger teams away from home in Europe. I don't think we planned very well for Kairat Almaty, either for the home leg or the away leg. I don't think Rodgers had much of an idea of the Kairat Almaty team, which I thought was rather poor. Whether that was down to him, whether it was down to scouting, whether that was down to the other coaches at Celtic, I don't know. Whether that was down to Paul Tisdale, because that was one of his other roles, was opposition research, scouting the opposition for games. So I don't know. I have a funny feeling, Pat McLaughlin, that Celtic's last game will be a home game again. The hope, the expectation is that going into those last 5 games, Celtic, Rangers and Hearts will all be within touching distance of each other. Given the fact that Hearts are 5 points ahead of us with 2 games to go before the split, so the likelihood is they're probably going to be 5 points ahead of us, 3 points ahead of us, 2 points ahead of us, something along those lines. Again, I don't see Rangers pulling away from either Celtic or Hearts. And I think simply, again, I know we actually did play obviously away from home against Motherwell in the last game of that season, when we blew it on the last 10 minutes of the season. But I have a feeling that Sky Sports will want that last game of the season to be at Celtic Park, and at the same time Hearts having their last game of the season at Tynecastle, just to make it more of a spectacle for presenting the trophy to whoever wins. Can't remember, Pat McLaughlin, who said it, but they said the BBC weather forecast is for the storm to hit Scotland on Friday and Saturday and to be gone away by Sunday. Whether that means that the pitch at Dundee gets flooded by rain, etc., and storm conditions on Friday and Saturday, I don't know. Dundee and Aberdeen tend to get the worst of the weather simply because of their proximity to the sea and to the River Tay and stuff. The Tay in terms of Dundee, and the sea obviously in terms of Aberdeen. Both those clubs' grounds are very close to the water, which means they're much more prone to heavy rain problems and wind problems. To answer the question, Pat McLaughlin, according to somebody earlier on, the BBC weather forecast says the storm will have moved through Scotland by Sunday. However, it's possible that if there are heavy rain and heavy wind, there could be damage to the Dens Park or a very, very wet pitch, although this season their pitch has been far better than it was last season in terms of draining heavy rain. Unfortunately, the pitch across the road at Tannadice has been the opposite. Sligo boy, I think obviously we remember back to that season. Dundee beat Hearts in the last game of the season. That helped us to win the title. I think Falkirk, Motherwell, Hibs, all of whom could play against Hearts in the last game of the season or against Rangers in the last day of the season and beat them. I think all those three clubs very much have the players, the capacity to do that. Particularly Motherwell and Hibs could well be fighting for a European place at that stage. Probably Falkirk are out of European contention. However, you never know. If Falkirk put through a good run of fixtures and a good run of wins, they could actually get upset beside Motherwell and Hibs going into the last 2 or 3 games of the season. Either way, I got the feeling that all those three clubs will try their hardest in all the games. I don't think any of those three clubs will lay down in the last game of the season, just like Motherwell didn't lay down in the last game of the season. To us, they beat us, unfortunately, and just like Dundee didn't lie down to Hearts in the last day of the season, and Celtic ended up being the benefit of another team doing us a favour. And after all, if another team does a favour, it means that we've got more points in our games than the other team who's managed to lose a game unexpectedly had in their season. So in essence, whoever wins the league has been the best team over the course of the season. With a 38-game season, there's going to be good days and bad days, good games and bad games. Particularly when you've got 3 teams at the top of the table who are equally mediocre, basically. Yep, Matt McLaughlin, you're quite right with both your comments there. Obviously, it's Scott McDonald who scored those 2 goals for Motherwell in the last game of the season against Celtic. He was a lifelong Celtic supporter. His family were lifelong Celtic supporters. In terms of his family and his childhood supporting club, it wasn't very good for him to score those 2 goals for Celtic. However, it was good for his club. He tried his hardest, and that obviously triggered a move for Scott McDonald to come from Motherwell to end up at Celtic shortly after. So, it makes a name for you. So it made Scott McDonald's name even more in the news. Albert Kidd in the Hearts Dundee match all those years ago, and sometimes you make your name because you score those goals. Sometimes you make your name because you're the goalkeeper who lets a shot through the legs, or you're the defender who doesn't mark somebody who scores a goal, or you're the person who gives away a penalty kick in the last minute that wins the league for the opposition, etc. Or you're the person who misses the penalty kick that would have won the title for your club or lost the title for another club. So you're entirely right. It could make people's careers being the one to score the goal, be it for the one who scores the goal to win the title for Celtic, or the one who scores the goal for Hibs or Falkirk or Motherwell, or even Rangers. That means that Celtic end up winning the title. Yes, Michael Ross, you make a good point. Like, it could be, it would be very, very, very disappointing if the title rests on a dodgy VAR decision going for a team or going against the team, and then a week later, when the VAR decisions are all reviewed by the KMI panel and Willie Collins' review panel, it then gets said, well, that decision was wrong, and that should have never been a penalty for Hearts in the last minute that Lawrence Shanklin puts away to win the title, or that should never have been a penalty given against Hearts that the Motherwell player, whoever it takes that penalty, puts away for them. So It would be very disappointing if the last game of the season hinges on a VAR decision that's wrong, a dodgy offside that goes the wrong way, a bad decision in terms of inside or outside the box, a subjective opinion regarding the denial of goal scoring opportunity. That's been one of the major sticking points all season. Same way, what's a red card, what's a yellow card has been open for review all season, and what's a handball in the box and what's not a handball. Again, there's been massive inconsistencies from referees and from VAR for all those things this season. Hopefully, a combination of Willie Collins' team, UEFA and FIFA in their various summertime reviews after the World Cup get a much more consistent level of officiating at all those three different levels, and a much more consistent level of VAR. Now, not that I'm usually someone to praise our big Glasgow rivals. However, both Rangers and Celtic have pledged more money for next season's VAR if the other Scottish clubs also agree to putting more money into it. So reportedly, when VAR came into Scottish football 3 or 4 years ago, both Rangers and Celtic were happy to contribute double what they actually have to contribute, but all the other Scottish teams weren't willing to spend that much money, which is why we don't have as many cameras at the venues in Scotland for helping make decisions. We've not got top quality goal line technology like they do in England and most other countries in Europe, and we don't have top level offside analysis equipment either. Rangers were happy and are still happy to put more money into next season. So Celtic have been keen to put more money into VAR every single season, but the Hearts, the Hibs, the Aberdeens, the Dundee Uniteds, the Dundees, etc., have all blocked it because they say they haven't got enough money to pay for high quality cameras and high quality offside technology and high quality goal line technology. It certainly would get rid of a few debatable decisions if we had 3 or 4 extra cameras, goal line technology at both ends, and more high-tech offside decision-making, computer software, etc. And to give Rangers credit, and probably the one and only time we'll give them credit, they, like Celtic, have pledged a lot more money for next season, and they pledged more money for this season, but no one else apart from Celtic backed them up. That's a definite point of view. I think there have been some VAR decisions that have been incompetent refereeing. Whether it rises to biased refereeing, I don't know. If we think about the referee who was doing VAR, who eventually got sacked, I can't remember what his name was, but he basically made 3 pretty massive errors in his time as the VAR referee. 2 of them went against Celtic, one of which was a terrible decision that ended up giving Kilmarnock a win, 1-0 over us. Then there was the disallowed goal scored by Dyson Maida from the Alistair Johnston knockback for the ball being over the line. However, the same VAR referee is the one who didn't give Rangers a penalty when Liam Scales held a player in the box. So the same referee, I can't remember what his name was, but he ended up getting sacked after making his 3rd terrible VAR decision. So I think personally, it's more down to poor refereeing, lack of high quality training for the VAR referees, and I think also my personal feeling also is there's an awful lot of inconsistency in what the VAR referees and the referees on the pitch are told about how they're interpret one thing or another. As I said, this season there's been 3 or 4 different ways of interpreting denial of obvious goal-scoring opportunity, 3 or 4 different ways of interpreting what was a reckless or a violent challenge. There's been some confusion regarding offside, and there's been an awful lot of confusion regarding what is or isn't a handball. And so, Kenneth Todd, I take your point of view that there may be a subconscious bias in terms of the VAR referees. There may be a deliberate bias in terms of the VAR referees. So far this season, it does appear, as I was saying about an hour ago, that more than would be usually expected in terms of statistics and odds, etc. More decisions have gone Rangers' way and Hearts' way on the pitch and in the VAR booth. And more decisions have gone against Celtic on the pitch and against Celtic on the VAR booth. However, we have had some VAR decisions which have been in our favour. So it's not been all bad VAR biased decisions against us, but there have been some where we've been the wrong end of the stick, the wrong end of the decision. Such as the Liam Scales penalty straight after the Austin Trusty red card, where everybody in the KMA panel and the Willie Collum review said that was a definite penalty for Celtic, and that the referee on the pitch and the referee in VAR got it badly wrong. Not that it really has stopped either that referee or that VAR referee from getting another job nowadays. Don't know whether this is something people want to talk about. I did do a wee poll on the channel a few days ago, the day after Scott Brown got sacked by Ayr, as to whether people think he would be a good person for Martin O'Neill to bring in for the last couple of months of the season to be a Celtic coach. Maybe to try and get the midfield better organised, maybe get a bit of passion and fight into the midfield, a bit of passion and fight into the team. I don't know. The current poll of over about 120 people so far has 56% saying yes, we should try and get Scott Brown in to be a coach at Celtic, and 44 against. So pretty much 50-50, obviously slightly more in favour than against it, but not much of a 50-50. Yep, so Pat McLaughlin says no. Oh, sorry, that's the wrong one, sorry. Yes, sorry, that's, well, there we are. Not at this time. Yep, fair enough. My personal feeling is I don't think Scott Brown would want to come in to be a Celtic coach at this point. I think he's probably going to have a pretty easy street in terms of getting employment as a football pundit, especially with the World Cup coming up, and there'll be obviously room for 2 or 3 Scottish experts for BBC Scotland, ITV, radio, TalkSport, etc. Maybe even the American channels, etc. might want a Scottish voice for the Scottish games. I think he's an intelligent person. I think he's a good tactical brain as well. I don't think he's really cut out for being a football team manager, having all the responsibility, but I think he actually would be a good coach at Celtic or a good coach at other clubs. without the pressure of all the different things you have to be when you're the main manager. If your question, Michael Ross, is why bring Scott Brown in as a coach, simply because all season Celtic's midfield has been, for me, probably Celtic's biggest weakness. Now, our putting the ball in the back of the net at the other end is a factor. Our defence, for the most part, this season has been pretty good. We have conceded quite a lot of goals, partly due to Kasper Schmeichel's shoulder. That seems for the greater part, to have been turned around since Sinisala became the goalkeeper. However, our creativity and ball winning in our fighting in midfield has been completely absent all season. So the goal scorers have not been scoring a lot of goals. That's because a lot of them haven't actually been getting proper chances to score in front of the goal. Now, Maeda and Kenny have missed an awful lot of chances, Maeda all season and Kenny in the first half of the season. So that's my theory as to why bringing in Scott Brown might be a good idea, because it maybe gets players like Hatate, Oxlade-Chamberlain, Bernardo, McGregor, McCowan all better suited to playing and fighting in midfield, winning the ball back, defending well, getting forward, passing better, finding passes better. Scott Brown, I thought, was a super player for Celtic for 13, 14 years. I think I thought he was a great captain, a great leader. And I do wonder whether a person like that in your backroom team might be a good move for Celtic. He obviously was a teammate of people like Maloney, McManus, Fotheringham, etc. Didn't play under Martin O'Neill. However, he's a player well known to many of the older players at Celtic, even some of the middle-aged players at Celtic will have played for him right at the end of his Celtic career. So I don't know. I think there's benefit in bringing in Scott Brown, but I don't actually see him coming in. Nor, as someone was pointing out, it may actually kind of upset the apple cart. It might annoy and upset Callum McGregor. I'm not sure about that. I'm told the two of them have remained friends since Brown left and McGregor became the captain, that Brown's been an advisor to McGregor during his playing career at Celtic and since Brown's left. But I don't know. Yes, so Lauren, that's pretty much what I was trying to say. You've said it in fewer words and said it far better than I do. I think it might put a fire underneath the team. I think it might actually get a bit of bite and aggression and fight and midfield enforcement that we've been kind of lacking all season. It's a long time since, probably actually since Scott Brown at his peak. We also had Victor Wanyama around that time as well. We've kind of lacked a midfield enforcer for a long time, which is actually slightly annoying because, as I was saying right at the start of the video, the live stream, that there's been quite a number of players that Celtic have got rid of, who've gone on to bigger and better and greater things at other clubs. Gustav Lagerbielke, someone that Rodgers got rid of. He had a great season in Holland for FC 20, came back to Celtic. Rodgers again wouldn't give him a second chance at Celtic. Sold him to Braga. He's been brilliant for Braga all season. He's now a first choice player for Sweden. He'll be going to the World Cup. And the story is, over the summer, Lagerbielke is destined for a medium-sized club in one of the big 5 leagues in Europe. So he's been someone that's got through the net. Our South Korean centre-forward, Oh, went to Belgian football. He's gone on to bigger and better things. If we think about Kwon, never got a game under Brendan Rodgers, had a half-decent loan season at St Mirren, half-decent loan season at Hibs. We then sold him to Nantes in France. He had a brilliant half a season for Nantes, got sold to Karlsruhe in the Bundesliga. He's carried on having a great time for them. He's got himself into the South Korean World Cup squad. He's 6'4". He's able to pass. He was able to break up attacks. he maybe is the kind of player that might have been quite useful had he actually had a chance to establish himself in the Celtic squad. At 6'4", quite athletic, strong, able to make a tackle, able to make a pass. He might have been a good player to be side by side with McGregor, or be the player to come in to replace McGregor when McGregor's tired or sore or playing too many games. Yep. I really liked Aaron Moy as a player. I was a bit sceptical when Moy came in. He'd had about 6 months out of football, having moved back from Chinese football. He knew Ange Postecoglou from his Australian days. His wife and children had always lived in Aaron Moy's wife and children had always lived in the Glasgow area, so they hadn't gone to live with him for these couple of seasons in China. So they've been still living in the Paisley area where they've been for years and years and years. Anyway, cut long story short, Moy came in a bit sceptical that he had been kind of out of football for 6 months, but he was a really, really massive player for Celtic that one and only season he played for Celtic. He was a ball winner, he was creative, he scored goals, he scored penalties, he created goals. He was a pretty much all-around midfielder. And it's a real shame that his chronic back problems caused him to retire in his early 30s. A bit like Tom Rogic, retired in his early 30s as well. Yep. I do wish that Celtic could get back to passing quickly, playing the ball quickly, not suggesting Celtic have to punt the ball up the other end and hope for the best. But under Ange Postecoglou especially, we were able to play a nice, fast attacking brand of football. To be fair, in the Martin O'Neill days, 2000 to 2005, we also played a different brand of attacking football. We got the ball out wide to players like Didier Gat, particularly down the right-hand side. We then got the ball into the middle for players like Sutton, Hartson, Larsson. We got the ball won by Lennon and Lambert and so on in midfield. We exploited some pretty good fullbacks in that squad, some good midfielders like Alan Thompson, Stilian Petrov, Lubomir Moravcik. So I do wish Celtic could get back to the attacking football of the first O'Neill spell, 2000-2005, and I do really wish we could get back to the Ange Postecoglou attacking football for a couple of seasons. I loved the fact that Celtic got the ball from back to front so quickly. We got the ball out of the goalkeeper's hands to the fullbacks. We got the ball from the fullbacks into the midfielders. We then got to spread it wide to Jota, Maeda, Abada, etc. We seem to completely lose that in the 2 and a bit years under Rodgers, and we don't really seem to have got that back under O'Neill either time, or the Nancy bit in the middle. I haven't got the foggiest idea of what you're getting at. I would love to see Aaron Engels back in the side. I would love to see Alistair Johnston back in the side. I would like to see the Callum McGregor and the Daizen Maeda and the Rio Hatate that we've had for the most part for the last 2 or 3 seasons in the side. I think we really could do with Callum McGregor back to near his best, both as a player and a captain and as a playmaker. I think we've massively lost him this season, and the lack of goals from Daizen Maeda has been a big factor. Last season 33, this season 20 down to 8. That's 25 goals as a swing, and Was it not for the goals that Benjamin Nygren was scoring from midfield, we really, really would be struggling, because nobody that we've played as the central striker has scored any more than 4 goals, which is Johnny Kenny. Cvancara scored a couple, and Iheanacho scored, I think, about 3. Adami scored 1. Callum Osmand scored 1. Admittedly, Callum Osmand only played 3 games for Celtic before he got injured. I think we've been quite unlucky losing major players this season. Johnston's hardly played. Carter Vickers has hardly played. Jota's hasn't played at all this season, obviously. We've lost Arnie Engels for a couple of months. Callum McGregor we lost for a couple of games, but I suspect he's been playing with an injury for much of the season. And we started the season with Austin Trusty on the injury table. Just when he came back, Carter Vickers got injured, and we've lost him for the rest of that season. So I do think we've been unlucky with injuries. Obviously, we've also lost Iheanacho for big parts of this season. We've lost Sirachi twice this season to hamstring problems. We've not been lucky with injuries this year. And we've maybe not had the quality and strength and depth to cover every position like we used to do, or we should be able to do. And I think some of our backup players, like Paolo Bernardo, Luke McCowan, James Forrest, haven't been really up to the level we've required them to be. So it's an interesting debating point, Michael Ross, about cartoon characters. I honestly really can't think. Somebody that could score us 20 goals. So maybe Roy of the Rovers, or I can't remember. There was another comic character from when I was a wee boy that scored lots and lots and lots of goals. Anyway. Yeah, well, Gabby boy, Mikael Balakwisha has an outside chance of going to the World Cup this summer. The country that he is now playing for, the Democratic Republic of Congo, they managed to come through World Cup qualifiers in the last week or so. So the Democratic Republic of Congo will be at the World Cup. Balakwisha was part of their squad for the previous couple of international breaks. He wasn't called up by them this last couple of internationals, but he could still be part of their World Cup squad this summer, which I think would be a wee bit ironic given the fact that he's hardly appeared for Celtic all season, and when he has, he's been rather underwhelming. Certainly one of several players who hasn't really adapted to Scottish football as well as was hoped. Again, some questions about whether he's been played by Celtic in his best position. You think about another player that's got a similar reputation to Balakwisha. Luis Palma started his time at Celtic really, really well. First season, 10 goals and 10 assists, most of which were in the first half of that first season. Very, very, very disappointing second season at Celtic. Got loaned out to Poland for Lech Poznan. He's been one of the best players in the Polish league this season. He's been one of the star players for the Honduras international side, including at the most recent international break. Not been playing as a wide player like Celtic played him every single game. He's been playing as basically an attacking midfielder behind the main striker, and it appears both in Polish football and playing for Honduras that playing in that attacking midfielder role has really opened him up to being a goal scorer and a creator, and a lot of goals and a lot of assists, particularly in recent times in the Polish league. And interestingly, Lech Poznan and his team are one of two teams going for the Polish title, and the other of which is the Polish team that Yuki Kobayashi, or Japanese centre back, got transferred to eventually. So interesting that one current Celtic player who's there on loan and one ex-Celtic player who got sold there are competing head-to-head for the title in the last few weeks of the season in Poland. Great to have you on, Paul McGuire 3382, a voice of reason. We seem to have been a bit sidetracked into cartoon characters and superheroes, etc. I think Celtic could do with a real live superhero for the last few games of the season. So, as I said, if the Deisenmeide of the 24-25 season could turn up for us for the last 9 games of the season, I think Celtic would have an excellent chance of winning 9 games out of 9 and winning the league and winning the cup. It's now 10 weeks since Deisenmeide scored a goal for Celtic. His last Celtic goal was on January the 10th. So we're now about 7 weeks since Deisenmeide scored a goal for Celtic. Now, admittedly, some of those weeks were the international break when he couldn't score any goals for Celtic, but the thing is, he's actually gone a heck of a lot of games in a row without any Celtic goals. And as I say, when you've got one player dropping from 33 goals in a season last season to 8 this season without there being any drop-off in the number of games they've played from last season to this season, it's been a massive, massive thing. And as I say, 22 big chances missed by him this season. Again, if Martin O'Neill could be Mr. Ben and produce a bit of magic, go back in time, turn things around, maybe go back in time and get the Deisenmeide of last season, the Callum McGregor of last season, the Rio Tati of last season. Say, pretty sure Celtic would be close to winning the title already if those 3 players had performed this season like they did last season. But none of the 3 of them have. Well, without wishing to name names, Michael Ross, it was yourself that has sidetracked us into doing cartoon characters and superheroes. Hadn't really prepared an answer to that question. I can't really think of one off the top of my head. I'd be much happier if, rather than cartoon characters, we actually had some real players standing up and playing at their best. Completely fine, Michael Ross. And as I'd said in the promotional thing for the live streams, and I say in the promotional live streams for every single live stream we've done since last August, the topics are chosen by you mostly. I try and steer the conversation towards certain things, but it's whatever you want to talk about is which I'm happy for everyone to talk about. So and again, Kieran Ali, it's all very much respectful, polite, friendly. I'm all for people talking about whatever they want to talk about. Unlike some other live stream channels, what you want to talk about is what you want to talk about. Happy to provide you a platform for 3 hours or so, completely free of charge. Unlike some other live stream people, I don't charge anybody anything for getting their comments on the screen. There are a couple who only way to get your comment up on the screen is for you to pay for it, and that is never ever been the factor for me, and it's never ever will be the factor for me. I do this mostly for fun, partly to get a chance to talk about what I want to talk about in terms of Celtic. Gives me a bit of company, gives me a bit of camaraderie with other Celtic fans, which has been something I missed with having to concentrate so much on my job up until I decided to go into semi-retirement a couple of years ago. And Sligo Boy, I completely agree. Also, sometimes laughing about other things, taking our mind off of the rather difficult, awkward situations Celtic's got themselves into. All for yeah, I know. Yeah. It might be a wee bit controversial, and certainly, if at the times I've put this theory forward on the Celts Are Here live stream channel, I personally I'm not convinced that Liam Scales is our best left centre back of those that we've got available. I think Celtic actually looked really pretty strong with Trusty as left centre back and a combination of Murray and Arthur as right centre back. That was the pairing in the middle that we had in the Rangers Cup quarter final. Rangers actually didn't have any real proper dangerous chances in that game. Sinisal didn't really have any major saves to make in that game, and certainly Arthur, Murray and Trusty defended things really, really well in the middle. Scales actually played very, very well at left back in that game, and interestingly, in the midweek, in the Ireland friendly, after they got knocked out of the first World Cup qualifiers, did notice that Liam Scales was playing as a sort of left-sided midfielder, it appeared, for Ireland, and apparently, I didn't see the game myself, maybe some other people saw the game, but apparently a lot of people thought he actually played the left midfield role really pretty well, managed to get himself forward, managed to get some nice passes in, and certainly one of my main grumbles with Liam Scales is his ability to pass the ball quickly out of defence isn't as good as it is with players like Johnston, Araujo, Tierney, Sirachi, and Donovan, Murray, even Benjamin Arthur's better than Scales at passing. So it was interesting. I never saw the game, but reportedly Scales playing as a sort of left midfielder role in that game actually played a pretty decent game in the Ireland friendly on last Tuesday. Thank you very much, Kieran Allen. It's nice that people appreciate me. As I said, I am 100% sure that I'm not everybody's cup of tea in terms of my opinions. I don't tend to be toe the party line with saying what a lot of other Celtic fan sites say, what a lot of the other live stream people and the YouTube people say. I just say what I think, and if it's unpopular or not the majority view, well, all well and good. I'm still allowed to have my point of view. I'm still happy to debate with everybody. Nice if people agree with me. Equally nice if people respectfully and politely disagree with me and say why they think I'm wrong. Yes, Kieran Allen, I would be happy if we do get a couple of goals, and particularly if, and I said this before the Dundee United match, I think it's if we get on top of teams like Dundee United, Dundee, Kilmarnock, St Mirren nice and early, put them on the back foot, we can then dominate and dictate the play. I think one of the problems we've had with quite a few of those sorts of teams is we've let them eventually dictate the pace of the play. So when we lost to Dundee under Brendan Rodgers, we let them into the game. They then started to dictate the play, hit us on the break, mop us up in midfield and in defence, hit us on the break, much the same against Dundee United. They kind of absorbed a bit of Celtic's attacking early on, and then they outplayed us for much of that game against Dundee United. St Mirren in the cup final, again, they started off very strong. We got back into that game, and then they took over again. So I think we do have to dominate the other team, impose our pattern of play, get them pressed back into their defensive third, and dictate the game from then and keep them under pressure. And when Celtic has played well off and on over the season under the three different managers, it's typically been when we've got on top early and kept them under pressure and then turned up the pressure little by little by little. Much the same actually in the second half against Kilmarnock. We were 2-0 down at half time, but we came out at the start of the second half, pushed them further and further back, and then eventually we came through to win that game in the end. Thank you, Michael Ross. It's been a great show so far. We've still got a wee bit of time to go. We're just around about the 11:30. We generally go on till 12, 12:30, even 1 o'clock. And certainly planning to keep on going for maybe another hour or so, as long as other people want to keep on chatting and debating, etc. But it's been a fun show. There's been, as I said, some interesting topics of conversation, and there's been some nice, pleasant debate. I think in the end, Kenneth Todd, the important thing in the end is 3 points. If we were to win our last 9 games of the season, 1-0, again, I think that's going to get us very, very, very close to winning the double, if not guaranteeing winning the double, with the way that the fixtures and the home games and the head-to-head games are going to pan out over the next 2 months. Yes, and Kieran Allen 5367. Certainly my plan is over once the season's finished to carry on doing a live stream throughout the summer, as long as there's some form of stuff to talk about. I'm sure as this season ends, be it with a league and cup double, or just the league, or just the cup, or nothing at all. Obviously, at the end of this season, Martin O'Neill will be moving on back to his retirement job and punditry work, and Celtic will be getting a permanent manager, be it Askew or Keane or Bellamy or Martinez or someone completely different. So there will be plenty of things to talk about, whoever the new manager is going to be. Obviously, there'll be the World Cup starting around about June time, keeping us busy for a couple of months. Also, Celtic will be getting back into pre-season, with or without the players who are away at the World Cup. There will be quite a number of players moving on, quite a few players hopefully coming in, and hopefully whoever the new manager is, whoever his scouting staff is, gets the best bits of the Ange Postecoglou model of recruitment and scouting, and gets rid of the worst bits of the Tidsdale-Rogers way of scouting and recruiting. Yeah, I think Michael Ross 4-3-3. I'm not convinced. I'm actually quite surprised that Martin O'Neill has pretty much adopted the Brendan Rodgers 4-3-3. Not saying he needed to adopt the 3-4-3 that Wilfred Nancy liked, but I'm surprised actually in that he, for much of certainly all his time at Celtic, he was pretty much a 4-4-2 style of person, having 2 forwards up the top. Really concentrating on getting the ball wide, using pace, particularly with players like Didi Agat out wide on the left, but we also had players like Stevie Guppy and Bobby Petta down the other side. Obviously, we had very mobile, tall players like Hartson and Sutton. The excellent Henrik Larsson playing off that. Some super midfielders like Petrov, Moravchik, Lambert, Lennon, Thompson, plenty others. So I'm actually quite surprised that we haven't gone to a 4-4-2. Again, I think Celtic would have the wide players to play 4-4-2. We've got the fullbacks to play 4-4-2. We could certainly use possibly if Dyson Maida was playing off of somebody, with somebody being the one who was going to take all the ball winning, etc., off of him. I don't think he's really that suited to playing as the lone striker. I think Guppy and Peta were reasonable players. I'm not saying they were world beaters. Alan Thompson primarily was our left-sided player. There were times that Guppy and Peta did make good progress down the left-hand side for us. Not nearly as productive as Didier Gat was down the other side. I'm just saying that he did the O'Neill in his first spell back in 2000, 2005. Liked getting the ball wide to proper wingers, liked getting the ball into the middle with Sutton, Larsson, Hartson, liked getting his midfielders into the box to score goals as well, and liked his midfield also to have a bit of bite and aggressiveness with the Lamberts and particularly with the Lennons and so on. Yes, I think up to a point that's right. Although sometimes having the wrong formation and getting overwhelmed in midfield means that you end up losing the ball or you end up passing poorly. I think that's also been a factor with Celtic this season, because we haven't got control of midfield. We have been rather wasteful with our passing. We have been getting frustrated and blocked out by teams with big banks of 5-6 defenders and 3 or 4 midfielders in front of that, and haven't really had the intelligence or the adaptability to change that. Yep, Michael Ross, entirely right. Didier Gat was a massive bargain. Came from French football, played briefly for Raith Rovers in Kirkcaldy, then briefly for Hibs. Then Martin O'Neill got him for, I think, £50,000, but I could be wrong with that. But either way, we got him for an absolute bargain price, and he was a super player for Celtic for quite a number of seasons. He was a big factor in our success over those seasons. He hit a lot of brilliant crosses into the box for Sutton, Hartson, Larsson, etc. So he was really very much one of the keys to our success. We had some good fullbacks, we had some good centre backs, we had some brilliant midfielders, and we had quite a number of players who could quite happily make a tackle, quite happily be aggressive and combative in midfield. And those are all things we're losing out this season. I think probably, to be fair to Kasper Schmeichel, he's had more than one arm for most of the season, but I certainly would accept that his left shoulder has been at times maybe 80%, 90% of functioning well, and there's been several spells where his shoulder has been completely not functioning full stop. I do think, in retrospect, Celtic should have sent Schmeichel off for surgery last May, June time, taken the risk of not having him for August, September, October, November, getting him back maybe December, January time for the second half of the season. So I do think Celtic and Denmark probably gambled with Kasper Schmeichel's shoulder. How much was down to Kasper Schmeichel? Maybe a lot of it was down to him. Maybe he was desperate to play one last season for Celtic and guarantee his place in the Danish squad. That's not worked out for him either at Celtic or at Denmark, because they lost their World Cup qualifiers last week. And to be fair to Kasper Schmeichel, he did actually make quite a number of good saves off and on throughout the season. And there were some games where Schmeichel's saves won us 3 points. We think about the Falkirk game. He made 2 late saves in the last 10 minutes or so of that game that we won 1-0 at their ground. So there have been plenty of games this season where Schmeichel's made decent saves, a few games where he's made really good saves, tending to be saves where he has to kind of react to the ball close to him. A lot of the time, his diving ability, particularly diving to his left, been questionable, and also his ability to come for crosses into the box and command his 6-yard box, again, probably due to problems getting his left shoulder, left arm above his head. Same way that diving to his left was a problem for him. So I do get your point. I do think possibly in retrospect, if we'd had Sinisalo as our number one goalkeeper all season, we could well have won a couple of games that we ended up drawing and drawing a couple of games that we ended up losing. I think he was in the 3-1 defeat to Rangers at the start of this year. I think he was at fault for 2 or 3 of those goals to a greater or lesser extent. Same way that I don't think he had a particularly good game against St Mirren in the League Cup final. And there's several other games. The Stuttgart game being the most glaring example of one where he really cost us the game. But the Braga match, another one where he was really at fault for a couple of the goals, and even one of his best mates, Joe Hart, ended up actually kind of implying. Yes, Pat McLaughlin. Yep. The Ajax header was a brilliant header. It completely took the Ajax goalkeeper, who I think was Van der Sar, who went on to play for Man United. I think it completely took him by surprise, the power and the direction of that header. And for those who want to see the Chris Sutton header again, I did a video a couple of weeks ago, a sort of tribute video to Chris Sutton with a lot of the goals he scored for Celtic. That's in his 5 or 6 seasons at Celtic. So if you do want to see Chris Sutton's best goals, there is a video on the channel from a couple of weeks ago. My personal feeling, Kieran Allen, and again, this is my personal opinion, everybody will probably disagree with me, which is completely fine. I think Celtic's failings this season have been due to a whole lot of players, all 3 managers, to a greater or lesser extent. Yes, we had 2 wins under Wilfred Nancy. We got beaten by Hearts, got beaten by Motherwell, got beaten by Rangers. We got beaten by St Mirren in the Cup final, and we got beaten by Roma in Europe. We also lost games under Brendan Rodgers. We lost quite a few games at the end of last season under Brendan Rodgers. We've lost games under Martin O'Neill in his second spell, not his first spell, but in his second spell. We've lost to Hibs and to Dundee United in domestic football. All the managers have overseen defeats. Admittedly, a couple more defeats under Wilfred Nancy than under the other managers, but we can blame the board. But as I was saying a wee bit earlier on, there are 8 of Celtic's current squad who are pretty much guaranteed to go to this summer's World Cup. There's another 3 who are sort of borderline for going to the World Cup. And 3 of our loan players, Sarachi, Araujo, and Cvancara, all their countries have qualified for the World Cup. All 3 of them have been in and around their squads for the last couple of seasons. So, in theory, 11 of the players who played for Celtic could well be at the World Cup this summer. Pretty much guaranteed that Nygren, Ralston, Maeda, Tierney, Chuniecki, Trusty, Johnston will all be at the World Cup this summer. Yang will be at the World Cup for South Korea. As I say, Balikwisha might be there. Engels theoretically is an outside bet of being in the Belgian squad, to a lesser extent Rio Hatate, and as I say, 3 of our loan players, Cvancara, Sinachi and Araujo, if all of them can get fit and get a bit of good form in the last few weeks of the season, all of them could be at the World Cup as well. So that's 11 Celtic players, up to possibly 14 Celtic players in the current squad going to the World Cup. And that pretty much should be a sign that our standard of players actually is pretty high, if 14 of them are good enough to be players for teams going to the World Cup. So I think part of it has been down to the other players who are not the international level, and down to quite a number of those players not being consistent, particularly Maeda being a player who's not been very consistent. Obviously also losing Alistair Johnston for large parts of the season, and not really having any consistent top quality player playing as the main striker. I think those have all been deficiencies in Celtic's season. I hear your point, but as I say, if 8 of the players are pretty much nailed on, guaranteed to go to the World Cup, 3 are possibilities, and 3 of the lone players have got a really strong chance of going, that is actually theoretically quite a strong squad. But I do get your point that players like Paulo Bernardo, Luke McCowan, etc., haven't really stepped up to take up the slack when other players have been out of form or injured or etc. And as I said earlier on, particularly the lack of a consistent centre forward or main striker all season has been a massive, massive deficiency, which also makes you wonder quite why whoever it was that decided to let Adam Idah go without there being a player in the door to replace him. I think that's a major, major mistake. If the decision had been, well, we're going to use Idah as our main striker, given the fact he'd scored 20 goals the season before, 9 in half a season before that, it wouldn't have been a bad decision. I could have lived with that, seeing how Idah did, see whether he could have coped being Celtic's main number 1 striker week in, week out. However, we sold him with a couple of days of the window to go. I thought that means Celtic have definitely got someone who's coming in the last couple of days. However, nobody materialised. And then we got Kelechi Iheanacho as a free agent. And that's not at all worked out, partly because he's struggled to get his fitness back up to good levels. And when he has got himself up to reasonable fitness, he's then got himself twice injured with hamstring problems. And I'm not convinced that he's that committed to playing for Celtic anymore. Whether that means that he knows he's not coming back to Celtic next season because his contract expires at the end of May. So maybe that's a reason why he doesn't really seem to be trying that hard for Celtic. Or maybe, to give him credit, maybe it's just his fitness isn't good enough. Well, I'm glad you're falling into line with me, thinking that Celtic's going to win the league and the cup. And in theory, if we actually did combine all our best players, plus added in the players that Celtic let go off to other players, other countries, other clubs who've turned into top level internationals for their various different countries, the Lagerbielkas, the O's. Now Kwon for South Korea turned himself into a full South Korean regular squad member. We actually maybe would have a decent side for the World Cup as well, particularly if we could find someone to actually score goals at the top end. So maybe if the O that we did have for a couple of seasons, maybe if the striker that we sold that did so well in Belgium and has been doing pretty well for South Korea internationally for the last couple of years, maybe if we used him as our centre forward in the World Cup, we wouldn't have too bad a record. Sligo Boy, yes. So if we do think about the summer and the World Cup, there are a large number of countries who are on the no-go list for America, Iran being one, Haiti being another, the Democratic Republic of Congo. There's about 5 or 6 countries who have qualified for this World Cup, who actually are not allowed to get visas for people to visit from those countries to go to America. So it's actually going to create FIFA a massive problem if Iran, Iraq, Haiti, Democratic Republic of Congo, a couple of the other ones who've qualified go, because there could be massive numbers of backroom staff from those countries, supporters from those countries, journalists from those countries who don't get into the country. I think I said in the last live stream that the champions of Haiti league were supposed to go and play a tournament in America, but the American government wouldn't allow any of those Haitian players playing for a club side, the club champions, to come into the country. I think FIFA has dug itself a massive hole by not imposing their power and authority on the American government. And I do wish possibly FIFA 6 months ago, when it had the chance to move all the games to Mexico and Canada, had maybe taken that opportunity, because I think this World Cup could be full of controversy and full of difficulties, and it could be actually a major problem for any fans going to watch their countries in America, but plus also the fact that the ticket prices for the games are astronomical as well. Absolutely ridiculous prices for the games, for the group games, but particularly for the final. Basic tickets for the final of the World Cup this summer at £10,000 per ticket for a basic ticket. We're not talking top quality boxes. We're talking a basic ticket for the ground for the World Cup final being £10,000 each, which is absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, well, Michael Ross, Sligo Boy did the Dr. Congo joke last week. It was his birthday last week, so I gave him a free pass for doing it last week on his birthday. So Democratic Republic of Congo is their current name. Zaire is what they used to be years and years ago. And I do remember at the first World Cup that I remember, which was 1974 in West Germany, Zaire, who are now Democratic Republic of Congo, were one of Scotland's opponents. We ended up only beating Zaire / Democratic Republic of Congo 2-0, and that was probably a major factor in Scotland not getting through to the next round. Yeah, well, last week we gave Sligo Boy a birthday cake on the screen for his birthday. So didn't give him a birthday card, but we gave him a birthday cake on the screen last week. But as I said, everybody's allowed to make their own jokes. Everybody's allowed to, from time to time, as I do myself, repeat what they say one week again the next week, and then the week after that, and the week after that, and sometimes even myself, I become a bit of a broken record, saying the same things one week and the next. Much like myself, all contributions All contributions on the channel are completely free, so I host the channel live stream for 3 and a bit hours, completely free of charge, and similarly, other people's contributions, their jokes, their comments, etc., also completely free of charge as well. So I can't afford to pay anybody for being my sidekick, so everything has to be for free. Yeah, so Gavi Boy, I'm not really ever been a big boxing fan, but I do think Muhammad Ali fought against either George Foreman or Joe Frazier in what was Zaire at the time, and I think, as Pat McLaughlin was saying, I think that was the one that was called the Rumble in the Jungle. He did have quite a number of fights against Frazier and Foreman back in the 70s, all over the world. And certainly one of them, I'm pretty sure one of them was in Zaire, and I'm pretty sure that was the Rumble in the Jungle. Yep, so I'm afraid, as I said so Sligo Boy, the birthday cake we did last week for you was an imaginary one, just a picture on the screen. I had actually baked a cake earlier that day just for the consumption of our family. But if we're still both doing the live streams in 12 months' time, I'll have a Sligo Boy birthday cake for the corresponding live stream next year, if we're still all doing it next year. Yep, Thriller in Manila, that was one of the other ones. So, as I say, not really a big boxing fan, so I'll bow to everybody else's expert knowledge on that matter. Sorry, just needed to get a bit of air into the room. It's got rather warm in the room. Very, very good, Sligo Boy. No, certainly Britain did have actually quite a number of good boxers for quite a number of years. People like Chris Eubank, Ricky Hatton, Lennox Lewis, the heavyweight, as I say, and Prince Nazim Hamid, who was kind of a featherweight, a much lower weight, was very, very successful. But as I say, with boxing pretty much becoming pay-per-view on Sky and various other channels, I kind of lost interest in boxing 20, 30 years ago. Never really actually much of a fan of boxing, even in my younger days. No, as they roughly in the time of Frank Bruno's kind of when I lost a lot of interest in boxing. Not that I had much of an interest before that. No, I think I get your drift, Kieran Allen. I think obviously the showmanship regarding boxing was quite a big factor. Muhammad Ali, very eloquent man when he was a boxer. Obviously, unfortunately, in later life, he had a combination of Parkinson's and probably also a degree of brain damage from having been a boxer for so many years. Obviously, quite a number of boxers losing their life quite early as well. And I think that I do like the showmanship. I do like the showmanship of boxing, but I'm not a great fan actually of people punching each other, knocking each other out, because it is rather a dangerous sport to do at the highest level. Quite a high incidence of brain injuries and other injuries as well. Very good. Thank you, Sligo Boy, for some original jokes. Yes, he was on Parkinson's. He was actually a very good, very good guest on lots of different chat shows, but particularly Parkinson for many years. I think there's some doubt as to what his illness was in later years. He certainly had a lot of symptoms of Parkinson's. You can also get similar symptoms from brain damage from being punched in the head. And having brain bleeds can also cause the same sorts of damage to your brain that causes Parkinson's. Parkinson's basically due to damage to a particular part of your brain. With being punched in the head repeatedly, you can also get bleeding in that same area, which can cause symptoms that are practically identical to Parkinson's. And certainly the symptoms that Ali had in later life could be Parkinson's. Also, those sort of symptoms had been seen quite a lot in old men boxers from the bare knuckle fighting days and the early days of professional boxing. So it could have been one or the other, could be a combination of them both. Yes, yes, you're quite right. Billy Connolly, who was again one of Michael Parkinson's big recurring guests of many years. Billy Connolly does have a form of has Parkinson's, and he's also got a form of dementia that goes along with Parkinson's, I think called Lewy body dementia. So, and which is kind of why he's kind of retired from all sorts of public speaking and public appearances. So it is quite interesting that both Billy Connolly and Muhammad Ali both suffered Parkinson's or Parkinsonian type illnesses later in life. I'm sure completely and totally coincidental. Yes, Pat McLaughlin, the treatments for Parkinson's has actually improved generally really quite a lot. I think possibility many years down the line there may well be a form of operation to repair the area that gets damaged in your brain with Parkinson's. There has been some research and some studies of operations that can treat or replace the area that's damaged in your brain with Parkinson's. So I think that's many, many years down the line. Getting back to football rather than medical things, although it's actually partly medical. So Wyoming CSC, at the end of the Portugal America friendly on Tuesday going into Wednesday, our time, which America lost 2-0. Trusty went down 1 minute into added time with what turned out to be bad calf cramps. And so within half an hour to an hour of the game, having got some fluid, some intravenous fluids and salt tablets and sugar tablets and stuff, apparently he was completely back to normal. And so the story is that Austin Trusty is 100% fit for the game against Dundee on Sunday. As Pat McLaughlin saying, what Trusty said in his post-match press conference and an interview he did after the game, that he simply had very, very severe cramp in both his calves at the end of the game, and the physio and players weren't able to get the cramp to go away on the pitch, and so he had to limp off the pitch. He got medical treatment with fluids, etc., and within half an hour to an hour, he was completely back to normal. Nighttime cramp in your calves is, I completely agree. I get it from time to time myself. The one of the sort of ways you get that treated is or you can treat it yourself, is drinking tonic water with quinine in it. So general tonic water you might use as a mixer for your drinks and stuff. If you drink tonic water at nighttime, the quinine in that can be just about enough to ward off nighttime cramps. And if you were going to a doctor for treatment, quinine tablets is actually one of the ways that the doctor would treat your quinine, your nighttime leg cramps with. But you could try quinine drinks like tonic water at nighttime to help with that. Yes, and you're entirely right. Barefoot on cold marble floors or cold floors, stone floors, was again one of the ways that people in the olden days used to treat nighttime cramps before modern day medicines and stuff were invented. Wyoming CSC, yes, as we were saying a wee bit earlier on, the forecast appears, according, I think it was Sligo Boy or somebody else, was that the BBC forecast is for the storms in Scotland to hit on Friday and Saturday, but for the storms to have moved through by Sunday. However, as Sligo Boy said, Friday and Saturday, worst days of the storm. Sunday, the storm should be abating. However, perfectly possible the forecast could be wrong. That's what happens with forecasts. And the other possibility, obviously, is the stormy rain and winds are so strong on Friday and Saturday that it floods the pitch at Dens Park, or also if there's a lot of wind, it might damage the structures at Dens Park as well. I do remember a couple of seasons ago, a game between Liverpool and I think it was Everton had to get postponed because the wind had so badly damaged one of the stadiums. I think also there's been a Celtic match. I can't remember if it was a Celtic match or a Rangers match that had to get postponed due to the wind damaging the roof of one of the stands as well. So it could be that the after effects of the bad weather on Friday and Saturday does actually cause the game against Dundee to get postponed. And as I said a wee bit earlier on, quite often the weather and storms on the Dundee coast and the Aberdeen coast tends to be a bit worse than it is in more sort of central places like Edinburgh and Glasgow and stuff. It tends to be a bit worse when you're on the coast, such as Dundee and Aberdeen. To be fair to Dundee, they did invest an awful lot of money in their pitch between last season and this season, but They did actually, you're quite right, they had several games postponed. They were briefly having to think about moving their games from Dundee to McDiarmid Park in Perth. They got fined by the Scottish League a couple of times for their pitches and late postponements and so on. To an extent, actually, the fact that Rangers had a couple of games Rangers had a couple of games postponed that season, actually did have a bit of a knock-on effect with them in terms of the championship running that Celtic ended up winning out in the end, having had eight wins in their last 9 games. To answer your question, Michael Ross, we've got 3 cats. We've got 3 cats. We've got an older white cat, and we've got twin sisters who are a wee bit younger. Sometimes the cats do appear in the videos. These 3 cats actually are a bit more nervous being around people, so they don't tend to be on the camera quite so often. We've had about half a dozen cats over the years, 2 of which were much more sociable, one of which actually appeared quite often on the videos. Unfortunately, she died a couple of years ago. Anyway, to answer your question, we've got 3 cats, one who's about 5 years old and 2 who are about 2 years old. And they do appear from time to time on the video. More often it's their tail rather than the actual cat that you see. Yes, Michael Ross. Again, moving to a different topic, which is completely fine. I absolutely love cats. The whole of our married life, we've had at least 1 cat, up to 4 cats at different times. All the cats we've ever had during our time together have all been cats from rescue centres, the Scottish SSPCA, cat shelters, etc. So all the cats we've ever had have been cats that were basically left by their owners to go wild, or just dumped by their owners, etc., or found in abandoned houses. So, but it's amazing how quickly cats, once you show them a bit of attention and love and kindness, become great mates. So I think, just like you, Michael Ross, cats are absolutely great. All our cats go outside. All our cats are incredibly good at catching mice. They're also incredibly good at catching birds. They've also worked out how to go into trees and get bird eggs out of nests in trees. All 3 cats, especially our jet black cat, is incredibly good at catching mice, shrews, birds, and as they're also very good at getting bird eggs out of nests and stuff as well, and then giving it to us as presents. Yes, I'm afraid that's happened one time with us. It actually, unfortunately, happened one time when we weren't actually in the house, and so we came home to a bat flying all around the house that the cats had brought in. The bat was obviously a bit damaged from having been brought in by one of the cats. We ended up getting the SSPCA to come and take the bat away. Yes, actually, that was the Topic of one of the quiz questions from a couple of days ago was the Dundee 2-1 game around about this time that season. James Forrest was actually a very big factor in the 23-24 season win. That Dundee match, he scored both the goals. A wonderful volley in the first half after a layoff by Kyogo. And then he scored it in the second half of the second goal, winning the ball back on the edge of the box and then battling into the box for a left-footed shot. It was actually that after we did go 2-0 up, Dundee very much got back into the game. And it was, as you were saying there, quite a nervous game after going 2-0 up and it looking quite comfortable. We then gave away an own goal by Adam Ida, and Dundee did have 2 or 3 chances in the last sort of 15-20 minutes to actually get a draw. That game, happily we held on in that game 2-1. That put us 3 points clear of Rangers with 4 games to go, and then we ended up winning that season a few games later with the 5-0 away from home against Kilmarnock. I hope by saying this is an incredible show that that's a compliment rather than the fact that you can't believe the show that we've been doing this evening. As I said, during this live stream and in the promotional bits for all the live streams, what we talk about mostly comes down to what other people want to talk about. I do think having a social chance for people just to talk amongst other Celtic fans, share opinions, share theories about the world, etc., I think is actually quite important. I think too many of the live streams become dominated by the moderator, the person who's running the live stream, and a lot of other people's opinions and stuff get marginalized by what the moderator says. That's definitely not the case on this channel. You are the stars of the show, not me. Kieran Allen, I completely and totally agree. What we really need in this last 9 games of the season would be for somebody at Dyson Maida, Thomas Cvancara, to really step forward and score a whole bundle of goals. My suspicion is it's going to be either Cvancara or Maida playing as our main striker for the rest of the season. I'm doubtful that Iheanacho will get another chance. Adamu really hasn't been that impressive. I think Cvancara of the winter signings on loan probably has been the best of not a very great bunch. I think if someone like Nygren, really gets his scoring boots on, I think he could score a lot of goals for Celtic in the last few games of the season. And as Pat McLaughlin's maybe suggesting, having Nygren and Maida as a 1-2 combination up front, or Cvancara and Nygren, or Cvancara and Maida as a 1-2 combination up front, I think that would work really well. That would really require probably people like Engels, Hatate, McGregor to get a really good control of the midfield, which then allows the fullbacks, Tierney, Donovan, Alistair Johnston, Sirachi, etc., to push forward into midfield to be more of sort of inverted fullbacks. Then also allows the Scales, the Trustees, the Murrays, the Arthurs in the centre-back position to push up to the halfway line as well. I think a 4-4-1, I think that's got a lot of good points to it. I think players like this season, Maida, as always, has been able to win the ball and fight for the ball in midfield and come back and help the fullback. Yang has developed that very much this season. Chinecki not very good at it. Forrest not too bad at working back. If we actually did, as could be the case at the end of the season, have both a fit Alistair Johnston and a fit Araujo, there was a thought that Araujo was going to be out for 8 weeks, which would have ruled him out for the rest of the season. That seems to have been reassessed to maybe 4 weeks, which would have him coming back probably for the last 4 or 5 games of the season. So if we did actually have Johnston and Araujo in the same team, we could actually push Araujo to be more of a wide right midfielder role, which I think he actually would be very, very good at. Sarachi also can push forward into a wide left midfield as well. So I do, Pat McLaughlin, I wish Celtic did actually get out of the 4-3-3 that we've played every year for many, many seasons. Admittedly, under Postecoglou, our 4-3-3 was quite a different 4-3-3 from the one that Rodgers used for his 2 and a bit years and his previous 2 and a bit years before that. And I do wish Celtic it could swap into a 3-5-2, a 4-4-2, a 4-4-1, a 4-2-2, all these different combinations, just to give the opposition a different look, a different set of formations and players and tactics to fight against, because we do get rather, I think, bogged down in the way that we always play. Yes, so you're quite right, Pat McLaughlin. That's what I was trying to say was that the nominal 4-3-3 that Ange Postecoglou played was very, very fluid. He did very much want his fullbacks to get forward. He wanted his wide players to get forward and into the box. He wanted his midfielders also to come in behind the strikers to support the strikers. He wanted the ball moved nice and quickly through the players, get the ball up to the front players nice and quickly. He liked to get the other team playing on the back foot. The snag with the way that Rodgers had the team set up, and to a lesser extent the way that O'Neill does at the moment, it does allow other teams a lot more time to get themselves reorganised in defence and reorganised in midfield. Yep, entirely right. Get the ball forward, get it wide and get it in the middle, and then have plenty of players getting into the box. Also, plenty of players on the edge of the box, just in case the first shot is blocked or deflected or saved by the goalkeeper. That way you've got the McGregors, the Hitatis, etc., to either shoot from the edge of the box or to pass the ball back into the players in the box. And under Postecoglou especially, we had players like Jota and Abada and Maeda particularly scoring from out wide. Very often Abada would come in at the right post, Maeda coming in at the back post, Jota coming in at the back post or the front post to score lots of goals. So it was a very, very fluid way of playing football and a very exciting way of playing football. Yep, and entirely right, YMC's CSC, making runs in the box, sometimes that's for the player to get into space. 9 times out of 10, it's also to get space for other players to run into, and then the ball goes into that space, and then because you've got a Negrin or a Hitati or a McGregor or Maeda or whomever going into that space, it then leaves them a free shot on goal. And again, we haven't had, for most parts of the season, we haven't had lots of runners getting into the box. We've not had lots of players making good runs to take markers away from another player who then scores. Our performance in front of goals has been very, very poor. And our ability, as Pat McLaughlin's saying, it takes us far too long to get the ball up the other end of the pitch. And that's partly because so often the ball gets bogged down between Scales and McGregor, and we don't get the ball out wide to the fullbacks, we don't get the ball out wide quick enough to Chineki, Maeda, Yang, etc., or we don't get the ball quick enough over the top for a striker to run onto. And I think we have become very predictable. Yeah, it would appear from interviews that Callum McGregor and Liam Scales gave this season, at the start of the season when Brendan Rodgers was still the head coach manager. It did appear that that's the way that Rodgers wanted them to play, was slow and careful, lots of sideways passes and backward passes, trying to probe for an opening. The problem with that was all those sideways passes and backward passes didn't get the ball forward, obviously, and then it did allow the other team to get their midfield organised, put pressure on the passer, and also get their back four, back six, whatever, organised into the my personal feeling regarding why the recruitment's been poor is because I think there's been an awful lot of chopping and changing in the scouting and recruitment department. We've had a few scouts who've remained at Celtic for years and years and years, which is good. But I think we've actually, in terms of things like head scout, head of recruitment, we got in a couple of people who seem to be doing a good job under Ange Postecoglou. When Postecoglou left, both of them seemed to move on. They both seemed to get sort of frozen out by Brendan Rodgers, who then brought in two or three of his scouting friends and recruitment friends. We then seem to have far too much power put into the hands of Paul Tisdale. There seemed to be confusion at Celtic just who green lights deals in and out the club. Some people said that Rodgers was taking a strong hand in that. Other people were saying Tisdale was taking a strong hand in that. Other people were saying that the board members were deciding who was coming and going. I think in general, it's been a lack of joined up thinking, a lack of teamwork behind the scenes, a lack of continuity behind the scenes. Most teams that do well in any sport have continuity of the same people being behind the scenes year after year after year, with some new people coming in, some new people, and some older people moving on. But there being a central core driving the club forward. Well, Pat McLaughlin. To be fair, I think this season Yang has made a lot of progress. As I was saying a wee bit earlier on, he is our equal second top scorer. So he and Maeda both scored 8 goals this season. I know that's not an awful lot of goals, but it is still joint second top scorer at Celtic. I think he's made a lot of progress this season. As I was saying, Kwon never got a look in at Celtic. As soon as he got regular first-team football in France, he became a much better player. Within half a season, he was sold by Nantes in France to Karlsruhe in Germany. And over the last year or so, he's played 4 or 5 times for the South Korean international squad. He's he's almost certain to be going to the World Cup for South Korea this summer. Yes, I completely agree, Pat McLaughlin. It's taken a long time for Yang to turn into a half-decent or more than decent player. Yang was kind of in and out the side for the whole time he was at Celtic. He very rarely ever got a run of more than a couple of games. He tended to be the one that came in if somebody was injured. So he played in place of Kuhn for the 18 months that we had Kuhn in the squad. He often, when Kuhn's knees played up or whatever, Yang was the one that was brought in. Scored 8 goals this season, scored 6 goals last season. I think Yang's got better and better. He's still only about 22, 23 years old. So he's been in Scottish football for about 3 years. He came over to Scotland aged 20, couldn't speak any English. Massive culture shock moving from South Korea to Scotland at the age of 20. He did actually have, obviously, for that first wee spell, it was him and our centre forward, were 2 South Koreans. Quite quickly, got moved on. Kwon was also in, but then he was out on loan to St Mirren, out on loan to Hibs, and then transferred off to Nantes. As I said, Kwon's turned into a very good player in terms of French football and now in German football. And he's one of the South Korean World Cup squad. I think you're entirely right, Pat McLaughlin. I think probably Yang's best position for Celtic is being a player who comes on for the last 20, 30 minutes to replace a Nicholas Kuhn or a Dyson Maida or a Sebastian Chiniecki or whatever the case may be, or if we had him fit this season, coming on in the last 20 minutes or so to replace Jota out wide. I think Yang is a hard-working player. I think he's developed new strings to his metaphorical bow, but I think he's probably one of these super sub style players. That could also have been the case for Adam Ida. As I said, he scored 9 goals in half a season, mostly playing off the bench for Celtic. Came back as a permanent player, scored 20 goals in his first full season for Celtic, again playing quite often second fiddle to Kyogo for the first half of the season, Dyson Maida for the second half of the season. Mostly played as a sub, didn't play as a starter a lot in that season. So again, Ida, prior to coming to Celtic, he was the first choice striker. He's gone back. He's now playing for Swansea. Again, he's not really scoring a lot of goals for Swansea this season. I think there's a strong possibility that Robbie Keane might be Celtic's manager. Kind of in his press conferences just recently with Ferencváros, he's kind of been talking about he thinks his time at Ferencváros is coming to a close. I think he says he's achieved as much as he can do at Ferencváros. To be very fair, he won the league with them in the first season. He took Ferencváros into the last 16 of the Europa League. And he's got Ferencváros lying second in the Hungarian league with a game in hand. If they win that game in hand and win the other games to the end of the season, they'll win the title. So he was a success in Israeli football. He left there, big success in Hungarian football. He's obviously got experience at the highest possible level, played for some of the best teams in England, played internationally, scored an absolute bundle of goals for Ireland internationally, scored goals obviously for Celtic in that loan half season. Lifelong Celtic fans, there's a lot of different things to like Robbie Keane for. On the second part of your point, I don't see Lila Bada coming back to Celtic, full stop. I think he had a terrible experience living in Glasgow in the last year or so of his time playing in Scotland. To the point where he found it very, 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 very hard to get out of his house, other than to come and play football. He found it very hard to get out of his house to do anything social, very hard to get out of his house to go to the synagogue to celebrate his religion. He'd also been very, 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 very close to Nir Bitton, who, of course, had been at Celtic for a couple of years, and then later in Abada's career, Bitton moved back to Israel. And I think that also was a destabilising effect on Abada. So I don't honestly see Lila Abada coming back to Celtic. He was a really good player for Celtic, particularly in the two Ange Postecoglou years, less so under Brendan Rodgers. And then I did say quite a lot of his social factors and difficulty living in Glasgow in that final season kind of drove him out of Glasgow to play in America. Started off well in America, but I think his career's taken a bit of a nosedive over there as well. Yes, it was quite. Keane had a really very, very effective half a season for Celtic on loan. And I do think, actually, if you think back also, obviously, to the Adam Eder scored 9 goals in half a season, that actually was very important for Celtic coming through that season. He scored, obviously, the winning goal in the cup final as well. So I do think an impact signing in the winter would have actually helped Celtic an awful lot. To be fair, one could say that Julian Araujo was an impact signing made in the winter window, brought in, scouted by Wilfred Nancy and his contacts. I think Araujo in the second half of the season, until he got injured a couple of weeks ago, I think there's a strong argument to say he's been Celtic's best player of the second half of the season. So one could say he was an impact signing, but certainly we haven't really had any attacking player, be it a creative player or a goal-scoring player, to have come in this winter and scored us 10 goals or created 10 goals and scored 5 goals, something along those lines. I think the thing with Jens Bertel Askew, I wouldn't be too surprised if he is the Celtic new manager. I think Celtic wouldn't be able to sign him during the season. I think Askew wouldn't ditch Motherwell 80%, 90% through the season. I think he wants to see out the season at Motherwell. I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if Askew goes off to a bigger club, be that moving to Celtic or be that moving to a team in England or a team in France or Germany, etc. I do think he's one of these coaches who has developed a very, very good reputation for himself this season, plays good attacking football. So I don't really think it's a question of Celtic hesitating. I have a strong feeling, and again, this is just my feeling, my guess is that Celtic have got a manager lined up for the summer, just they're unable to announce that manager until their contract ends or the season ends. So if it was Robbie Keane, I could see that as being a possibility. If it was Askew, I could see that as a possibility. It looks like Craig Bellamy has committed himself to another couple of seasons as the Welsh international manager. One other possibility is Roberto Martinez. What he's kind of said in his interviews is that he will be looking to move on at the end of this World Cup. There are stories he's got 1 or 2 offers to go and manage in English football. Quite a few people have suggested that he's going to be taking over as the new Crystal Palace manager, because Crystal Palace's season will start quite a bit later than the Celtic season. It does mean he could probably finish his time at Portugal and then come in to be the Crystal Palace manager without any gap between the two. If he was to become the Celtic manager, I think the problem is going to be that obviously he's still going to be managing Portugal when Celtic's pre-season starts in June going into July. So the only sort of caveat to that would be that maybe Sean Maloney, for the first month of the pre-season, takes the role of Roberto Martinez, overseeing training, overseeing recruitment, overseeing players leaving the club, etc., whilst liaising obviously with Roberto Martinez. So, and a lot of other people have also suggested Stevie Clarke. I'd be personally surprised if Stevie Clarke is the next manager of Celtic. It does look like he's more keen to try another couple of seasons with Scotland rather than going back to club football. I think he's in his 60s, so again, I do wonder whether he feels that he's cut out to be a club manager, having been an international manager for so many years. I think quite a lot of managers, when they get that wee bit older, do find the day in, day out, hurly and burly of club management a lot more difficult. I think that's maybe something that Martin O'Neill's kind of finding nowadays, that there's a lot more pressure and there's a lot more media stuff to do now than there was all those years ago. Obviously, nowadays, there's an awful lot more social media, a lot more TV channels and so on, a lot more global and interest as well in the game. Anyway, just my theory. I'm personally, I didn't get that feeling from Ange Postecoglou. Ange Postecoglou, when he came in, radically changed an awful lot of Celtic's things in terms of training pitches, recruitment, scouting, playing style, players. He moved an awful lot of players on. He brought in quite a lot of players. During Postecoglou's early time at Celtic, we sold Ayer, we sold Edward, and we sold Christie, three of our best players. So I don't personally think. So Postecoglou said, "This is what I want. This is what I want to get. This is my blueprint. This will be successful for Celtic." And it would appear the board went along with him, bringing in some of his own recruitment people, bringing in some coaches like Harry Kewell. Quite a lot of turnover of players, completely different market for buying players. Ange left because he wanted to manage in a bigger, better league. Tottenham Hotspur, clearly a bigger, better league. Moving from a league with a TV contract that's worth £40 million a year, split amongst all the teams, moving it to a league which has a £1 billion TV contract. The money at Tottenham is massively more than the money at Celtic. The opportunities at Tottenham Hotspur are massively more than they are at Celtic. The English Premier League is the number one league in the world for quality, for players, for finances, for sponsorship, for prize money, for absolutely everything. So clearly any manager or any player who gets an offer to go and manage in England is going to go and manage in England in the highest possible leagues. Tottenham Hotspur, very rich club. Postecoglou's problem, of course, was as soon as he went into the club, Harry Kane, their number one striker, left for Bayern Munich. But personally, Michael Russ, and this is just my opinion, I think Celtic went to the ends of the earth to keep Ange Postecoglou at the club. They offered him the same sort of money that Brendan Rodgers got when Rodgers came in, and Postecoglou turned it down because he wanted to go manage in England. I don't think Celtic had any possibility of keeping Ange Postecoglou at Celtic as soon as Tottenham Hotspur said towards the end of Postecoglou's second season, "We want you to come in and be our manager this summer." Within a day or two of our season ending, he was in the door at Tottenham Hotspur. So clearly it was something that had been lined up for 2 or 3 months. And reportedly, and again, this is just reports, I wasn't there, so I can't swear to it being true, Celtic offered him 2 million, 3 million, 3.5 million per season. The same rate that Brendan Rodgers got for his, in the end, 2 and a bit seasons at Celtic. He was on £3.5 million a year. Now, £3.5 million a year clearly is a massive amount of money for a manager. Made Brendan Rodgers the best paid person at Celtic by far, much more than any of the players, much more than anybody in the executives or anyone else in the club. So Rodgers was massively the highest paid person at Celtic by far. Reportedly, Celtic had offered Ange Postecoglou a similar amount of money had he chosen to stay at Celtic for the 23-24, 24-25 seasons. But Postecoglou chose to move on. So it was Postecoglou's ambition rather than Celtic's board's lack of ambition that saw him leave the club. At least that's what my reading of the various different stories and reports have been, and roughly what Postecoglou said himself. Yep. Kieran Allen, I did actually have a wee while ago. Had actually got a couple of slides that kind of summarised all the transfer spending. It might be something that I resurrect and get back out the stores for during the summer or an end of the season type of thing. But our spending under Brendan Rodgers was generally pretty high. We bought a lot of players. We broke the transfer record twice. Twice, not this summer, but the summer before. We brought in Ida for 9 million. We brought in Engels for 11 million pounds, 13 million euros. So we broke the Celtic transfer record twice in a season. We broke the Scottish transfer record when we signed Engels for 11 and a bit million pounds. At the same time, we spent money to bring in Paolo Bernardo. We spent money to bring in Austin Trusty. We then spent £8 million on Jota to bring him in the following winter. At the same time, we were selling on players like Matt O'Reilly for 25 million. We'd sold on Kieran Tierney a wee bit before that for 25 million. We then sold, obviously, Nicholas Kuhn for about 18 million this summer. So we were selling players on and bringing players in. But we did actually spend a lot of money in terms of Celtic spending a lot of money under Brendan Rodgers. Just quite a lot of the signings didn't turn out very well for one reason or another. Some signings that Celtic did make have turned out to be much, much better players at other clubs. Lagerbielke, Kwon, all being good examples. Another player that Brendan Rodgers moved on because he wasn't good enough, Tomoki Iwata, turned into a really good player playing for Birmingham. Bozen Lawal was playing for Ireland just through the midweek as well. Again, another player that Rodgers moved on because he wasn't good enough to play for Celtic. So the problem with that question, which is a perfectly reasonable question to ask, is there are many, many things that I think the board have got wrong, and there are many, many things that the board has got right. The fact that we've won 13 titles out of the last 14 years, surely to goodness, that has to be something that somebody gets credit for. The thing being, maybe you can say all that success, 13 titles in the last 14 years, is all been down to the managers, it's all been down to the players. And so when things go really badly wrong for Celtic in the 2021 season and have gone bad for the Celtic generally this season, it's all down to the board. My thing is, in general terms, when things are going well, winning the league, winning cups, winning doubles, winning trebles, etc., everybody is doing a better job. And when things start to go wrong, everybody is making mistakes. So I think everybody has made mistakes behind the scenes, in front of the scenes. Players haven't played very well this season. The drop-off in form of McGregor, Hatate and Maeda, I'm not sure how you can blame that on Michael Nicholson or Peter Lawwell or whomever will want to blame that on the board. The reason for, if we're talking about this Champions League qualification, I think Celtic underestimated how good Kairat Almaty were, didn't prepare themselves well for that game. Kairat Almaty were 2/3 of the way through their season, so they were very well, they were fully 100% fit. All their players, they've been playing together all season. The Kairat Almaty players had come through 3 rounds of European qualifying, playing much the same style of football that they did against Celtic, really defensive, breaking up the play, mopping up attacks and trying to hit on the counter-attack. They'd won their previous round much the same way that they beat Celtic, by winning it on penalties. I don't think Brendan Rodgers did enough research about how Kairat Almaty were going to play. Celtic missed big chances in both games. Dyson might have had chances to win both games in both the games against Kairat Almaty. We didn't look very committed in the away game in Kairat Almaty. We didn't look fired up for extra time. We certainly didn't look fired up for the penalties. So I think the squad was rather stale. You also, the other thing to remember, at the same time as those players were playing for Celtic against Kairat Almaty, week after week after week, Brendan Rodgers in his press conferences was basically saying that the players weren't any good and he had to replace lots and lots and lots of players. That can't be very good for your confidence. And remembering one of the things that McGregor and Scales and so on said, when O'Neill came in and Maloney came in, he really boosted their confidence and told them they were good players. That would suggest under Rodgers, the players didn't feel as if the manager was supporting them. With all respect, Michael Ross, we have had failures in the Champions League qualifiers, but in that case, you're completely doing down winning the league 13 years out of 14, winning the doubles and trebles throughout that period as well. Surely to goodness, there has to be a balancing act of massive success in Scottish domestic football, being far the best team in Scotland year after year after year after year after year after year. Admittedly, we've had a lot of problems with European qualifying. Part of that is due to the fact that European qualifying, typically, Celtic are going into it right during their pre-season. Now, admittedly, that was this season. We were a few weeks into our proper season. Previous years, we've been doing the European qualifiers have been against teams who are halfway or more through their season, much more better together as a team, not kind of finding their feet. So you may, which is completely, totally fine, put everything in terms of European football as being the arbiter for success. I'm very happy for Celtic to be the top team in Scotland. Well, that's fine. So, as I said, Michael Ross, I'm happy for Celtic to win leagues pretty much every year for the last 14 years. I'm very happy for Celtic to win the League Cup, the Scottish Cup, doubles and trebles throughout many of those years. We won a lot of trophies under Rodgers and Lennon. We won a lot of trophies under Postecoglou. Rodgers won a double and then a double. If Kasper Schmeichel's shoulder was better, we probably would have won the treble last season. So if Scottish success isn't good enough for you, that's perfectly fine. There are some Celtic supporters who are perfectly allowed to have the opinion that domestic success is fine. Then with continuity, with cohesion, with having a driving force year after year after year at the club in terms of players and managers, then European success then is more easy. That's been the case with Bruges, been the case with Bodo Glimt. They've had a lot of continuity in terms of their manager year after year after year. Knutsen, who's really come good at Bodo Glimt in the last couple of seasons, been there for 8 years. A lot of the players that he brought in 8 years ago as teenagers have come through to be first teamers. He's then had a really good scheme of bringing in more Norwegian and young Scandinavian players to replace the younger players. He's sold players on. He's kept a continuity of his squad throughout all the years. That's something Celtic had just not done. We've had several managers. So we think about the last 8 years, we've had 3 or 4 permanent managers during that time. We've then also had obviously 3 different managers this season. None of that is good for a team if they've got constantly changing the manager and a lot of turnover of players. So, as I just said, what Bodo Glimt have done, which Celtic haven't done, is kept the same manager for 8 years. Now, that's partly because Kjetil Knutsen turned down several big money jobs to stay at Bodo Glimt. That's something that Brendan Rodgers didn't do, obviously, and it's something that Ange Postecoglou didn't do. Had Brendan Rodgers stayed at Celtic and not gone to Leicester, maybe Celtic would have actually been able to develop a real continuity of bringing players through the club, recruiting players, buying players, but also really working on their youth team, their academy team, etc., and really blooding those players into the team. But we've not done that. We've had a chopping and changing of managers, chopping and changing of coaches, chopping and changing of players and scouts and recruitment, etc. So we have Rodgers for 2 and a bit seasons. We then have Lennon for 2 and a bit seasons. We then start again under Postecoglou. We then start again under Rodgers. And whoever we get from this summer onwards will be starting again under them. Hopefully, whoever comes in this summer can hit the ground running and can get the necessary changes to the squad, to the recruitment, to the scouting, all put in place nice and quickly. Hopefully, whoever it is also has the brains to have a bit of continuity by keeping people possibly like McManus, Fotheringham, Maloney, etc., in his coaching staff. That worked well for Postecoglou. He kept a lot of the pre-existing coaches. He then obviously added in Harry Kewell, who I think was a very, very positive influence at Celtic. Harry Kewell didn't last very long under Brendan Rodgers. Got moved on, either voluntarily or less voluntarily. Completely agree with you on that one. Other thing to remember, obviously, with Norway, with the way that Norway's season for the Champions League qualifying games, for example, they're halfway through their season when the Champions League qualifiers start coming. So they've got their squad all perfectly put together. They've got their players all playing as a team for months and months, rather than as Celtic do every pre-season and qualifying, apart from the last couple of years, where we got straight into the Champions League. Remembering we got straight into the Champions League in Brendan Rodgers' season, 24-25, when we ended up getting knocked out by Bayern Munich. But that season, we were straight into the Champions League. This season, like many seasons for the last 10 years, we were back into pre-qualifying when the team wasn't fully back together and fully playing together as a team. But as I said, if supporting Celtic is European success or absolutely nothing, and we take for granted that we're going to win a double and a treble every single season from now till Kingdom Come, well, that's fine. I'm personally happy. I personally am happy, and I'm pretty sure there are hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of Celtic fans all around the world who are happy for Celtic to dominate Scottish football and win leagues and cups and doubles and trebles year after year after year. If other Celtic fans want the only parameter for Celtic is European success, that's all well and good. Achieving European success for any team who is Scottish is going to get harder and harder and harder and harder every single year, because the gap between our league and the medium-sized leagues in Europe are getting bigger and bigger in terms of money. our league is going down and down and down in terms of prestige, and we're getting dwarfed more and more and more and more by the big five leagues, who get all the best players automatically. Kegler, I think you say for me, you're saying a lot of things that I would agree with as well. I think there could well have been a degree of complacency. I think there could well have been a wee bit of that within the Celtic boardroom, the Celtic executives. I think there could have been certainly that amongst the Celtic players, the Celtic coaching staff, the management staff. I thought that we always win the league, we always win the cup. All we need to do is turn up and we'll do it. That could well be the case with the boardroom people, the executives, the people behind the scenes. I think it also could equally be the case for some of the players and some of the management and coaching staff that there was this almost sort of taken for granted that we'll win everything. I got the feeling in the second half of last season, because things actually were so incredibly easy for Celtic to have got to a massive advantage by the turn of the year, that maybe in the second half of the season, once we got knocked out by Bayern Munich, that quite a lot of the players maybe took their eye off the ball. Maybe there was a degree of complacency in terms of the coaches, the manager, the players for the second half of the season. Our performances since the Bayern Munich 1-1 draw, we've got knocked out on aggregate since then. We've lost, I think, 16 games in total over that time. We've lost 8 games this season. So I think there's a lot of different factors. Eddie C, I don't think, no, I'm 58 years old. I don't think I'll ever see Celtic being a force in Europe, unless possibly the force in Europe is that Celtic become part of a pan-European league. That kind of thing's been proposed off and on for the last 20 years or so. I think there's a possibility that that if there was a pan-European league, which was put forward a few seasons ago, where maybe Celtic and Rangers were taken into a league that involved all the clubs from all the big countries in Europe. Probably Celtic and Rangers would end up in the second division of that. But with our fan base, with the massive amounts of TV money that would bring in on a guaranteed basis, the fact that some weeks we might be playing against Barcelona, Real Madrid, Liverpool, Man United, Chelsea, etc., I'm pretty sure that would actually get in a lot more in terms of sponsorship than. So if Celtic were playing Real Madrid one week and then Bayern Munich away from home the next, maybe that Celtic would then get much bigger prize money, much bigger TV money, much bigger prize money, sponsorship money, etc., etc. At no point, Michael Ross, and I think you misquoted me, have I ever said that Celtic should forget about Europe. As I think I did say a few minutes ago, that continuity of playing squad, continuity of management, and much like several of the teams who've shown a lot of success, Bruges being one good example, Bodo Glimt being another team of teams that have kept a lot of stability in terms of their playing squad and management squad, and that's borne fruit year after year. Bodo Glimt, 8 years with the same manager. No, I didn't. So, I'm Michael Ross. I'm not here to argue with people. I'm here simply to give my opinion. You've got your opinion. I've got my opinion. There's room in this world for everybody to have different opinions, and there's room in the world for everybody to have their opinions. Yes, domestic success is enough for me. However, having enough you can always hope for more. And that's what I'm saying. I'm happy that Celtic win the double and treble every season, as we have for 13 years out of 14. However, you can still aspire to do even better. And I'm saying, personally, I think continuity behind the scenes, continuity of playing squad, and having a continuity of management and behind the scenes people to keep on driving the club forward is really, really helpful. If we've got Rodgers for 2 years, Lennon for 2 years, Postecoglou for 2 years, Rodgers for another 2 years, that's 4 managers in 8 years, whilst Bodo Glimt's had 1 manager for those 8 years. That's all I've said for the last 8-9 months is everyone's entitled to their opinion. I'm very happy for you to have your opinion, but surely to goodness, just like you are allowed to say what your opinion is, I'm allowed to say what my opinion is, and I'm allowed to try and say why I think my opinion is different from your opinion and why I think I might be right and you are equally right. I think you're right and I'm right, because there is no right answer to it. It's just a matter of opinions. Anyway, the reason for these live streams is a pleasant sharing of opinions. And I really want all these live streams to be a pleasant sharing of opinions. I do apologise if at times I come over as grumpy. I do apologise if people feel that me saying what I think is critical of their opinions. That is far, far, far from the case. But everybody's opinion is equally valid. I never, ever have claimed anyway. Well, as I've said with other people at various times in my 58 years, we'll agree to disagree. Great to have you on, Clashman Numpty. Another person I've had lots and lots of really pleasant debates and discussions and sharing of opinions, some of which we agree, some of which we don't agree on. That's all for Paul Maguire. I think this last transfer window was a one-off, simply because we had Martin O'Neill coming in basically as the manager a few days into the January transfer window. By that time, we actually had signed one player, Julian Araujo, who I think everybody would accept has been a very, very good signing for Celtic. Now, he didn't cost us anything in terms of a transfer fee. He's cost us quite a lot of money in terms of a loan fee and a very, very hefty part of his £60,000 to £70,000 a week that he gets at Bournemouth. Several of the players that we signed from other clubs, we're paying their wages, which for a lot of them is quite a lot of money. For a couple of them, there were also loan fees for bringing them in. But I do think this transfer window in January was a one-off because we didn't have a permanent manager. As far as we're aware, the manager that we've got at the moment will not be the manager as of June the 1st. His contract with Celtic as the interim manager ends when the season ends. And so I think this transfer window in January was a one-off simply because I think that many players wouldn't agree to sign for Celtic permanently in January, not knowing who the manager is going to be in June. That's 5 months later. For a lot of players, moving from Germany to Scotland, or moving from Austria to Scotland, or moving from America to Scotland, or whatever it might have been, not knowing who the manager is going to be in 4 or 5 months' time, could, because perfectly possible the manager we're going to get in June might have a completely different set of tactics. Let's say, just for the sake of hypotheticals, Wilfred Nancy hadn't been our manager in the spell of December through to early January, but instead came to be our manager this June. Clearly, if that was the case, Celtic would be selling a whole lot of players, moving a lot of players out to fit into the Nancy 3-4-3, the attack with 6, 7, 8 players, and defend with 5, 6, 7 players, which is what his style worked so well at Columbus Crew was based on. So the whole point would be, who would want to sign for Celtic if no one knows who the manager is going to be in 5 months' time, and how massively the whole set of tactics, formations, style of players, and type of players would change from the current players to being the players that would fit into the Nancy system if he was going to be our new manager in the summer, which of course he's not going to be. But I dare say, whoever the manager is, be it Keane or Bellany or Martinez or Askew or Stevie Clark or whoever it might be, he's going to want his own players to come in. He's going to want to move players out, much like Postecoglou did. Postecoglou brought a brand new set of tactics, so that meant training the existing players, moving out the ones who couldn't adapt to it, and bringing in new players to fit that set of tactics. So I think the January window was a one-off, because we didn't have continuity. We didn't know who the manager was going to be in 5 months' time. I don't think players would be very keen to sign for a team if there's not a certainty that they'll still be getting paid and played by Celtic 5 months later, having moved lock, stock and barrel, moved their children, moved their wife, etc., from one country to another. You think of the massive upheaval that Wilfred Nancy and his family and all the other coaches that came over with him, basically, by the time all of them had moved their wives and children and family from America to Scotland, they then all got sacked. So quite a massive lifestyle change for Wilfred Nancy, his wife and his children, to give up successful, happy time in America, give up their home in America to come and live in Scotland. And then within a couple of weeks of that, they're being moved on, having been sacked. So my personal feeling is, as I said, responding to your point, Paul Maguire, the reason we got 5 loan players during January was, in my opinion, not the opinion of other people, was the fact that Martin O'Neill knew that he wasn't going to be the manager at Celtic as of June. Thus, I don't think he could really have sold the concept of coming to play for Celtic to any player in the January window if he wasn't able to promise them stability, continuity, and a long-term future at Celtic. I think several of the loan deals haven't really worked out. I think everybody would agree that the Araujo deal on loan has worked out very, very well for Celtic. Adamu hasn't been a success. I think many people would say that Benjamin Arthur's been a pretty decent centre-back for us. He was one of the loan deal players. Cvancara. A factor in the win over Motherwell, a factor in the win over Kilmarnock, a factor in the win over Rangers in the Cup quarterfinals, scoring the vital penalty. Took a lot of guts to step up and take that penalty kick to win the game for Celtic. against Rangers. So I would say that Araujo has been a massive success, and that Arthur and Cvancara have been a limited success. Adamu and Mvuka have been very, very, very poor. My thoughts on the Green Brigade being banned. It's very disappointing that Celtic have excluded them for so long. My understanding of part of it is that the Scottish police have blocked Celtic getting safety certificates for that standing section. The Glasgow Safety Board has blocked Celtic getting certificates to reopen that section of the stand. I don't know all the ins and outs of that. Banning the fan media, I think, as I said right at the very start of this live stream 4 hours ago, was a massive mistake. So I think banning the fan media has been a terrible decision. And that's what I said right at the start of the live stream 4 hours ago. Well, again, I haven't got privy to the notes and minutes of the Glasgow Safety Board and what the Scottish Police have said and what the Scottish Ambulance Service and the Fire Brigade and all these other people who fight. My understanding is the Glasgow Safety Board and the Scottish Police have put down quite significant restrictions on Rangers fans. However, and Rangers at the moment are trying to put those things into place. And that's why their restrictions have not been as great as the Celtic restrictions. But again, I'm not on the Glasgow Safety Board. None of us are on the Glasgow Safety Board. None of us are aware of the internal reasons and rationales of what the police say, what the fire brigade say, what the Scottish ambulance people say, what the stewards are saying. None of that's available to us. So we can suppose this, we can guess this, we can develop our own theories. I think if we're talking about the Rangers Celtic quarterfinal, I think part of the difficulty is that obviously the Rangers hooligans who invaded the pitch and came up to the edge of the box in front of the Celtic fans were all wearing masks. So apart from the few that the police and the stewards managed to apprehend, I think all of them then ran back into the Rangers end and disappeared. And clearly the Rangers fans and stuff are not going to tell on their mates. So I don't actually read any Rangers media, so I don't actually know any of these questions. And answering questions about what Rangers do or don't do isn't really the framework, the parameters of a Celtic-based live stream. Rangers can look after themselves. And if the police and the safety boards and other people want to get involved, as they will be because of the scenes at Ibrox that day, we don't know what restrictions, etc., will be imposed on Rangers in the medium term and the longer term. My understanding is the Scottish League and the police, etc., are all doing inquiries, and probably in a couple of months' time, things will then come from those inquiries. As I said, Calgary, I think there was a lot of misinformation and disinformation. I think there was a lot of the articles on various different news stations and newspapers and websites and stuff that got part of the story right and a lot of the story wrong. I think there was a lot of kind of different parts of the story got amplified, other bits of the story got ignored. I think there was a desire to try and share the blame equally between the two different clubs, which I think was completely and totally wrong. Anyway. Getting back to football things again, I'm not really in a position to answer anything about any of the legalities and anything to do with the police, the safety boards, etc. I do know that safety boards have got the power to impose restrictions on football clubs or pop concerts or open air festivals or any of these things. Wherever you've got lots of people in one area, you've got to pass various different rules and regulations with the police, with the fire brigade, with the Scottish Ambulance Service, and various other health and safety things as well. So, and there are expert people in that. And Celtic do have people who liaise with those various different committees to try and keep Celtic within all the rules. Anyway, getting back to your point, Clashman Numpty. Yes, I think honestly, as I tried to explain last week or the week before with my wee table of the permutations of Celtic's last 7 games of the season, I think if Celtic do win their last 7 games of the season, that's going to guarantee them the title, partly because that would then, if we beat Rangers and win all our other games, even if they won all their other games, we would end up with more points than Rangers because our gap to them is smaller. If we beat Hearts in the last game of the season, if we beat Hearts in the last 7 games, so it'll be in the last 5 games, because Hearts have also got to play Rangers and they've got to play Hibs and they've got to play Motherwell twice, I do think Hearts will drop maybe an extra defeat or a couple of draws in that time. Yep, basically, Pat McLaughlin, if Celtic were to win 7 games, Hearts would have to win 6 games. So that they would have to win all their games, lose to us, but also beat Rangers. If Hearts were to draw one of their games plus lose to Celtic, we then would go down to goal difference. At the moment, Hearts are a wee bit better than Celtic in terms of goal difference. However, obviously, if Celtic beat Hearts in the head-to-head game, Celtic's goal difference would improve by a goal or 2. Hearts' goal difference would get worse by a goal or 2. So, yep, Pat McLaughlin, it could well come down to goal difference. I could certainly see Celtic winning 7 games out of 7 in the league. I could certainly see Hearts losing to Celtic, drawing with Rangers, drawing with Motherwell. If that was the case, we would win the title. I think Celtic's squad is better than the Rangers squad, is better than the Hearts squad, particularly if we do get players like Engels and Johnston back into the team nice and early, particularly if we do get players like McGregor completely fully fit, and we get players like Maeda and Hatate fully switched on mentally and physically. If we get good performances from players like Cvancara and Nygren and Tunecki and Yang, if Sinisalo has several good games, as he's shown the ability to do in his brief career at Celtic, I think all these things would be good for Celtic winning the title. It probably takes one good, probably actually to equalise things in terms of Celtic and Hearts, in terms of the goal difference. It probably requires, as I say, Celtic to beat Hearts by, even if it was just 1-0, that would be a 2-goal advantage to Celtic in terms of goal difference. We probably would need to beat, in that case, someone like Falkirk by a bigger total. We did beat them 4-1 early in the season. I think we also beat them 4-0 early in the season. Admittedly, when we did play Falkirk at Falkirk, it was 1-0 in a very, very tight game. If we think back a couple of seasons, we went to Kilmarnock second last game of the season. We won that game 5-0. Several of the players who played that night are playing still for Celtic at the moment. Admittedly, a couple of the players who were particularly good in that game, such as Matt O'Reilly, are no longer with us. But we kind of, to turn around the goal difference between Celtic and Hearts, even a 1-goal win against Hearts would be beneficial because that's a 2-goal swing, and then having a bigger win against one of the other teams, such as Falkirk, which is entirely possible. I would be very, very surprised if Mvuka has any more part to play in this season for Celtic, unless Celtic get an awful lot of injuries to the wide players. He looks like a player who has completely lost all confidence in his ability to play football. I think that's probably the risk of somebody who had a brilliant career in Norwegian football, completely disappointing career moving into French football. He's also got the worry over the fact that he's got a heart problem that potentially could kill him, which can't be much fun if you're a footballer, if you've got a heart condition that might trigger off an arrhythmia in your heart that kills you, as it obviously has done for quite a number of African origin or African descendant footballers over the last couple of decades. So I don't think Mvuka's got any confidence. I don't think he's settled in at all well at Celtic. I can't see Celtic ever keeping Mvuka any longer than the end of the season. It's a good job we didn't buy him, as was reportedly the case. Briefly, we were thinking about buying him as a permanent signing. Clearly, his medical threw up, as I say, this pre-existing heart condition that had been previously known about. But heart conditions like the one he's supposed to have tend to be ones that can flare up because the medication or the treatment you take for it stops working. Part of maybe my character, Michael Ross, unfortunately, is I tend to take most things seriously. So I simply was responding to your opinion about Mvuka possibly staying at Celtic or possibly having a part to play. I was simply trying to politely answer what you were raising. So if it was a joke, if it was being ironic, sarcastic, all well and good. There are certainly strong indications that Araujo's agent and Bournemouth and Celtic have been discussing the possibility of Araujo signing permanently for next season. Similarly, there are supposed to have been talks between Sirachi's agent and his parent club at turning the deal for Sirachi into a more permanent deal. There have been several different teams in Europe and in South America who also have been looking to try and sign Sirachi. Doesn't seem to be the same number of teams looking at signing Araujo for next season. I think Celtic could quite happily have both. I think Araujo's role, if Araujo was in the same team as Alistair Johnston, I think you could actually move Araujo further forward into a midfield position, which he has played on a regular basis in the past. Similarly, Marcello Sirachi's played as a midfielder at other times in his career. So I think having those two players with Tierney and Johnson being the first choice, I think as much as I think Alistair Johnston's one of my favourite players at Celtic, I think Araujo's been a very good player for Celtic in the second half of the season. And I could certainly see Celtic having both Araujo and Johnston playing in the same squad. After all, Alistair Johnston, probably a bit like Cameron Carter-Vickers and a bit like Callum McGregor. I think all those three players are all going to have their injury, fitness issues accommodated. I think Celtic haven't accommodated Callum McGregor's fitness issues and chronic Achilles tendon calf problems properly this season, which is why I think his performances haven't been as good as they should have been. So I do think they will need to manage the game time of players like Carter-Vickers, Johnston and McGregor over the next couple of seasons to get the best out of those three players. And I think having Araujo and Johnston as a two-person right-back combination, especially because Araujo could play wider, could play midfield, could play... if Celtic wanted to go for a three at the back, they could easily use Araujo as a much more conventional right wing back. We could use Alistair Johnston as a right-sided centre-back if we did choose to go for a 3-5-2 or some variation along those lines. I think if we're talking about Araujo, I think if Araujo does get himself fit for the end of the season, which does look like it's quite likely now, I think if he had a good World Cup for Mexico, I think that's going to put him in the shop window again, either for a second chance at Bournemouth or probably more likely moving back to American Major League Soccer or maybe moving to Spain or one of the other sort of Central European leagues. I think for me, Araujo is a good, talented player. Like a lot of transfer fees, sometimes the transfer fee depends on who you're buying them from and who the team is selling the team onto. Quite again, because there's so much money in English football, French football, Spanish football, German, Italian football, etc., or Saudi football. Sometimes the transfer fees for those countries gets massively upgraded. The story is Bournemouth would be quite happy to accept 5 or 6 million for Araujo. That's certainly, I've seen a few different websites and rumour mills putting forward as being a price that Celtic and Bournemouth have discussed. Again, this might all be stories. This might all be made up because a lot of the things in terms of transfer rumours are completely made up by journalists. But the story is that Bournemouth are willing to take a bit of a loss on the Araujo deal. I think things get quite complicated these days with all the sort of financial fair play rules in terms of transfer fees and stuff. And sometimes teams are actually relatively happy to sell at a loss because it helps them in terms of offloading some of their debt. I think someone was trying to explain the fact that Chelsea were something like £200 million more than they should have been, but they're offloading some of that in terms of various different sort of tax loophole type things, so they can actually bring that massive debt down and down and down within the rules. I haven't actually seen anything about Jota in terms of long-term fitness. Certainly, it does appear that it's taken him a lot longer to get back to playing football than expected. Remembering he got injured around about, I think it was May of last year, so he's now been out of football for about 11 months. There was some talk that he would have been back playing for Celtic by January time. Obviously of this year, sort of December, January, there was talk that he was going to be out for 6 months, not 12 months. Very quickly at the start of the year, that was turned into he's not going to be back to play for Celtic this season. It does sound like he's had one or two complications of the treatment he's had over these last 11 months. He also does seem to have spent quite a lot of his time over that time back at home in Portugal, doing quite a lot of his rehab back in Portugal rather than doing his rehab in Glasgow. I'm not terribly sure I'm very happy with that, because I think it is better for a player rehabbing from injury to do all or most of his rehab at Celtic, as was the case with Alistair Johnston, as was the case with Callum Osmand, and with the case with Cameron Carter-Vickers. All three of them had major surgery, but they've been doing their recovery and rehab in and around Celtic, whilst Jota's been allowed to go home to Portugal for long spells over that time. Well, we certainly seem to have had quite a number of players this season pick up hamstring problems. Johnston on a couple of occasions, Iheanacho, Iheanacho twice, Sarachi twice, and obviously Callum Osmand, a major tear of his hamstring in the game against Midtjylland. Obviously, also we've lost Arne Engels a couple of times this season to muscular problems in his sort of thigh area. We've lost obviously Callum McGregor to a calf muscle problem this season as well. So we do seem to have had more than our fair share of musculoskeletal problems as well. Pat McLaughlin, I was always quite convinced that Lagerbielke was a good player. I thought he had a lot of the skills that Celtic could really have used. Tall, good on the ball, quite a lot of pace. I think he needed. I think his unfortunate thing was he was pretty much thrown into the deep end a couple of days after signing for Celtic from having played pretty much a full season in Swedish football. He was thrown in to a game with players he'd never played with before on that plastic pitch at Kilmarnock. Then straight after that, he then had a Glasgow derby match against Rangers, playing for the first time with Liam Scales as his partner. I thought he actually was a pretty decent player. I think he had a lot of talents that Celtic could have used as a right-sided centre-back, could even have used him as one of a back three, with three centre-backs. We could have used him as an emergency right-back, player with a lot of height, good aerial ability. He seemed in Swedish football to be quite a brainy, intelligent football player. Rodgers very quickly discarded him, played very well for FC Twente on loan in Dutch football, which is probably a higher level of football than Scotland in general terms. Then came back to Celtic. Rodgers offloaded, sold him to Braga. Again, Braga, Portuguese football, probably a higher level of football than Scottish football. He's gone from strength to strength in Portuguese football, become a first-choice player for the Swedish national side. He'll be going to the World Cup as one of Sweden's first-choice three centre-backs, because they tend to play three at the back, and then packed midfield, which then allows Nygren to be a much more attacking midfielder with no real other midfield responsibility. So I wasn't that surprised that Lagerbielke turned into be a really good player at another club. I thought he was always destined for stardom if he was allowed to settle down, which he didn't really get much of a chance to do at Celtic. I don't honestly know. I knew that Brendan Rodgers had a really good start to his time in Saudi Arabian football. It's not actually a league I've ever followed in my life. And certainly the stories about Brendan Rodgers doing very, very well in in Saudi Arabian football seem to sort of die off in the last few weeks. I don't know whether that's because there's seasons over. I don't know. I don't follow the Saudi league, so I don't actually know what his success has been in recent weeks. But certainly the stories seem to have died away in all the Celtic fan sites and stuff. Again, Iheanacho, another player they got very quickly discarded by Brendan Rodgers. He's gone back to play for on loan at one of the teams in the J League. Apparently, he's been having a very good season so far in the J League. The J League has changed the months that they play their league, so they're running one season into another season, and reportedly he's actually having a pretty good season playing as a sort of left back or a left-sided centre back for FC Tokyo or whichever team he was loaned by Celtic back to. So, Pat McLaughlin, I liked Gustav Lagerbielke as a player. I thought he had, as I said earlier on, I thought he had a lot of the skills that Celtic could really have used. And I think he may have been, like many football players, a player who needed to feel he was part of the team, made to feel confident, etc. And it maybe appear that after Cameron Carter-Vickers came back, he got relegated to second, third, fourth choice at Celtic. He kind of fell behind Stephen Welsh. He kind of fell behind Mike Novrocky. And very much Carter-Vickers and Scales were the first choice pairing for Rodgers for that season after Lagerbielke. I thought had a pretty decent time with Celtic. He had something like 4 or 5 clean sheets in his games as a centre-back for Celtic, which is pretty decent. But he very quickly got downgraded to third, fourth, fifth choice once Carter-Vickers came back into the frame. Not that I'm saying he probably deserved to start in front of Carter-Vickers, but I think possibly in the longer terms he was a better bet than Liam Scales. But that's just my opinion. And certainly, I read stories just before I started the live stream 4.5 hours ago that several teams in England, Spain, Germany, etc., were lining up Lagerbielke for a transfer this summer. Reportedly, there was a deal negotiated between Braga and one of the big French teams that fell through at the last minute in the winter window. And the thought is that those sorts of deals to go to one of the big 5 leagues in Europe are going to get resurrected after the World Cup once he's finished playing for Sweden, however far they get into the cup. Anyway, we're now been going for 4.5 hours. My voice is starting to get hoarse. We've had, I think, a really pleasant 4.5 hours. We've had some nice, vigorous debate. We've had some nice, vigorous sharing of opinions. If at any point I have caused anybody any upset or come over as grumpy, I completely and totally apologise for everything. Just try and give my opinion. I try and give everybody a chance to share their opinions and give everybody a chance to try and justify and support what they feel. And as I said, I've had a splendid time. Thank you very much for everybody who's participated. Thank you very Michael Ross. And I'd say at times, maybe I do come over as a bit bristly. As I say, I do actually find it quite difficult sometimes trying to keep one eye on 17 different comments coming down out in one eye, and also trying to keep on talking and saying vaguely things in the right sense, trying to think of what my answers are, whilst also trying to read what people are saying and trying not to misinterpret what people are saying as well, which is also one of the difficulties with things that are completely in text version only. Everybody's comments are entirely all valued. As I said before, everybody's comments are completely valid. Even if people want to branch off into talking about cartoon characters, songs, etc., I'm completely fine. And maybe next time, if we're going to talk about cartoon characters and music choices, I will come prepared with some answers that I can give to people as well. So, as I said, we've been going for 4.5 hours. It's now 1:30 in the morning on Friday. I've actually got quite an early start tomorrow, with it being the start of a long weekend. Myself, Mrs. David 67 and Little Miss David 67, we've got the next 4 days off. And so we do actually have a few different family things planned for Friday, Sunday and Monday. And so I will need to get off to my bed. So thank you very much to everybody. Thank you very much, Classman Numpty, joining in nice and late. Thank you very much, Michael Ross. So, I think, unfortunately, Michael Ross, my beauty sleep days will be a complete failure. Those things are many, 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 many moons ago. Thank you very much, Classman Numpty. Hopefully everybody else has a nice, happy Easter as well. Hopefully Sunday afternoon gives us a nice Easter present. Maybe Livingston take a point off of Hearts. We then get a nice big 4-5-6-0 win against Dundee. After all, we did beat Dundee 6-0. We did beat Dundee 6-0, I think it was twice, and we beat Dundee 7-1. And I think if Celtic actually did get everything into gear, even with this bunch of players, we could certainly get 4-5-6-7 against the team if everything fell into place at the right time on Sunday. So, without further ado, thank you very much to everybody, and I'm planning to do the same thing again next Thursday. Again, planning starting at 9 o'clock, going on until 12:30, 1 o'clock, whenever it might be. And so thank you very much to everybody. See you again next Thursday. Goodbye and hail, hail.